Pixter? I'm not entirely sure I got that name right. You're saying I am becoming your very own macro naturalist. Oh, I would love to be. That is far too big a compliment. But I appreciate it. There is so much I don't know. Honestly, I didn't even identify the assassin beetle the other day, or assassin bug, which I was really disappointed in myself at. But there is so much still to learn, but I will keep going and keep trying for you all. Once you've been scuba diving for a while, you also get...
Good morning everyone and welcome to Escape to Nature. I should probably tone it down because we're escaping to nature, not getting excited about seeing wonderful zebras. It's me, Trishala, always excited and in Kurika Game Reserve, the home of all the very active zebras. It's nice and sunny at the moment, which is wonderful because it was overcast and kind of raining in the morning. Now everything's cleared and the air is beautifully crisp, the grass is green, and everyone looks pretty happy. Remember that we are live and interactive. I'm sitting here right now. It's 8:30 a.m. in South Africa, in the Eastern Cape at Kurika Game Reserve. Right now, this is where I am, while you may be sitting at home or in your office, wherever you watch Escape to Nature. And it's happening right now, live and interactive. So send through your questions and your comments. If you're watching on our website or the app, you can register to send those through. And I would love, love, love to hear from you. I have some exciting plans today. At least I think so. I'm going to try and find the elephants a little bit later on. So now it's still a bit early. They're likely to be in the thickets. But at around maybe 11 or so, they're going to head to Gora Dam. That's my prediction. So I'm going to make my way over to that side around that time and hope that we get some elephants splashing about. They really enjoy that particular dam. I'm just going to move you over to the other side. There's lots of game drive vehicles still out and about. Everyone enjoying the last few moments of their morning game drive before they head back to the lodge for breakfast. Oh, hi Dennis! You say that you love escaping into the wilderness with me? Well, I love taking you into the wilderness. I love being your guide to all things nature-y when we're out here. And you might see a few awkward shots, but do forgive me. At the moment we're still good, but like I said, there's lots of vehicles returning from their morning drives to get a nice cup of coffee, perhaps grab a nap, all those things. But I'll tell you when I need to move awkwardly, and you can spare yourself looking at the screen when that happens. So this little foal on the ground, oh, hello little. It's actually fairly common to see zebra lie down like that. The problem is that we don't often get to capture it and show it to you because this is a very vulnerable position. So if they're in this vulnerable position, they're not going to do it when there's some kind of disturbance around. Now, because I've been parked here for some time, they're fairly comfortable. They've realized, oh, it's just a big thing. It's not a threat to us. It's not a threat to my calf. And obviously the calf doesn't really care at all, or the foal rather. Adults will also lie down like this. Again, when they're very comfortable. Can you see how everyone is standing very, very still? Now, often, especially in really hot areas or arid areas, or not so arid areas, but in spots where there's little cover. For example, in these open plains that I'm standing in right now. And I know there's little cover because when the sun is beating down, I look for shade and there is very little to be found. One time an ostrich and I were sharing a patch of shade. I was determined not to back down. We were staring at each other. The ostrich backed down eventually. I was determined not to. But when animals can't find shade, even though they may be well adapted to living in hotter environments, doesn't mean they're going to expose themselves just for the sake of it. If they can find shade, they will. But if they can't, they just kind of stand very, very still. Like this. I mean, if I were that foal, I would move into the shadow of that adult and take advantage of it. Alright, it's time for a slightly awkward shot as I show you the mountains. Or the sky, there we go. That's a beautiful, beautiful sky. I might have to show you a little bit more of the sky as we let a vehicle just pass us. Hi Picasso, you'd like to know if it's pouring down on this side? No, it's not. It did earlier this morning, but I wouldn't say pour. It was more like a heavy drizzle. That's what it was. That's what it was like this morning, and now it's kind of all cleared up. As you can see, there's still a lot of cloud in the sky. Some are kind of dark as well. In fact, let me just give you a bit of a view of what's going on around me. I think that's always quite nice. And I always demand that on my cam ops when they're around. I'll look at something and be like, show them, show them. Them, of course, being all of you. So I'm going to show you since I can. So if we have a look up here, those clouds kind of look a little bit nastier. But still, I have a feeling that they're all going to move away. At least I hope so. What I can tell you is absolute sweet relief. There is no wind today, or at least very, very little wind. It's a nice, cool breeze. As you can see, not much has changed on this front. So they'll prefer to stand still than to move about if they can't find shade. Like many animals do that. Eland will do that, Blesbok will do that. They will even sit down, of course, but what I mean is they stay in one spot. Because if you are starting to feel really, really warm, then it's better to not be walking and using your body, which will generate even more heat. So you'll often just see them still like this. Tails and ears will of course still flick because there will be pests and things like that all around, and they still need to get rid of them. And the occasional shaking of the head too. Hi Matthew. You say that these zebra look nice and relaxed. They are really, really relaxed. There was actually a huge fight going on about 15-20 minutes ago. But everything seems to have settled down now. Hello, little. You really enjoying itself there. The one zebra is still busy chewing. This zebra has quite an interesting face. Something feels a little bit different about it. I'm looking not at the one that's staring right at us, but the one behind it that's looking off to the right. That zebra has an interesting face. Something looks a little bit human-like about it. I think it's actually the mane. Can you see that the front of the mane is almost looks like it's gotten a haircut, where normally it would be the same length all round? Maybe that's what it is. Looks like you've been to the barber. This little foal is probably going to relax like this until some of the adults start moving around. If they don't start moving around, it will lie here for quite some time, nice and relaxed. Anyway, let me send you over to Amakhala to say good morning and show you a different kind of pattern.
Thank you so much, Trish. Good morning, everybody. It seems like it's a cracking start from stripes to spots. We have got the 3 young male cheetahs looking like they've each eaten the entire household, including the kitchen sink. And in fact, they've managed to kill apparently quite a large kudu. It's a beautiful way for us to start the morning, and we're really excited that these 3 males have decided to come back to the north where we live. My name is Tess. I'll be taking you out on an adventure here at Amakhala Game Reserve. Behind the camera is Morgan, and we are just really, really happy. Now, it seems like they weren't really that successful with hunting bigger things down in the south of Amakhala Game Reserve. Now that they've come back to the north through the tunnel, very close to where Morgan and I live, they have killed a female kudu once again. And they have eaten, it looks like, most of her. Well, in reality, cheetahs have smaller stomachs. So they've eaten some of her, and there's still quite a lot left, I'm sure. But for now, it looks like they are going to be sleeping in a drunken kind of stupor, a red meat stupor. But over there, you can see a little glint of red in the grass. That is the kudu, and they have managed to bury her in soil and long grass. And we can just see a little patch of that kudu sticking out in the grass. We can't tell which way it's sitting. We can just see either a shoulder or a flank. I'm not really sure which, with the rib cage in the middle, and that's where that kind of reddish bulge is. They've managed to pack some grass over the rib cage area. I would almost think that maybe the part we're seeing on the left might be the rump, but we might be wrong. Normally cheetahs start by eating the rump, so maybe that's actually the shoulders. But as you can see, they've definitely eaten quite a lot this morning. They are rounded. They look like they're going to be rolling around the whole day. And they've already found themselves some patches of shade. Now, it's not that warm this morning, but think about being a cheetah or any predator, having such a big belly filled to the brim with red meat. You're going to be exhausted. Your body temperature is going to go up because it's really hard work to digest that much food, which is why they get sleepy as well. And all you want to do is take a really good nap where it's nice and breezy and cool. So in all reality, I think they're going to be there the entire day and probably for the next 3 days. Ricardo, are you so happy that there are spots on Escape to Nature today? So are we. It's always nice. So we actually saw them briefly yesterday along the fence line. And they were looking quite still, and we didn't think they'd actually end up coming this way, but apparently they did. We've been willing them to come this way for a few days now, because they seem to be more successful in this northern section. For some reason, they're more successful here with the bigger animals. Maybe it's because there's a lot more thickets. Where they were in the southern section, they can go to areas with thickets, but that's where the lions were. So they weren't really doing as well. And I suppose up here, if you've got all of these bushes that are surrounding them pretty much everywhere, you can sneak up really close and you can catch yourself some food. And this is the first time I've ever seen them with a kill. So this is amazing for me. You will hear the radio on in the background because we are in charge of this sighting. We are the only vehicle here. I do need to keep it on. It is as low as it goes, but I'll just try my best to keep you going over the top of that. But as much as we've seen them chasing things in the last month, we haven't actually seen them be successful. We haven't seen them with a substantial kill. The last kill that we saw them with, which they weren't even with, we saw the remains of the kill, and they had already moved on quite a distance. So this is definitely a first for me. Try and keep the radio silent for now. Now the third one is in here somewhere. I know we can only really see two. The third one is in the bushes, so we can't see him. But we did see all three of them when we came in and drove past. But how incredibly kind of the Amakhala guides as well. Because they have to drive almost past our houses to get to this area, they stopped and told us, just so you know, the 3 male cheetahs are back. They're up here. Was that name Rosette? Rosette. Brilliant. Perfect name. Rosette, no. Cheetahs do not roar like lions. They are incapable of roaring. They are the only big cat that doesn't, in fact. So they are part of the true cat family, or the purring cats. And they are classified with the smaller cats, in fact. So they purr, they hiss, they chirp like a bird. And they don't even really growl. Where leopards, lions, tigers, jaguars, they're all in the same family, the roaring cats. And they can't purr continuously. They can growl, but they can only growl on the exhale. So they can make a kind of purring sound, but it's a lot bigger. They can do that on the exhale and they can roar, but they can't purr continuously. Cheetahs can. So what I mean by continuously is where normally if an animal can only growl breathing out, grrr, cheetahs can purr in and out. So it's a constant flow. As long as they're breathing, if there's air movement, they're purring the whole time, or they can purr the whole time. So they're in a separate family called Acinonyx. Acinonyx jubatus is the scientific name of a cheetah. It's the only cat in the Acinonyx genus here. where all of the others are in the Panthera genus or the Panther genus, the roaring cats. They look like they are going to be sleeping for hours. I'd imagine the movement we're going to get today is either jackals and things coming in to try and steal off of this carcass, as well as crows, so we're definitely going to stick it out and see what comes along. And then from the cheetahs, we might see them flip sides occasionally, just to cool down the side that's sweating on the ground. They've eaten so much, I don't even know if they'll come back to eat some more. The fact that they've buried that carcass means that they still want to keep it, but they know they're not going to be right next to it for a while, so they want to keep it hidden from other animals, because they still want to use it for more, which makes sense. They've spent a lot of energy catching it. They might as well get everything they can from it before everyone else takes a bite. So very faintly I can hear some birds starting to call. I'm sure you can hear the breeze as well. It's a very light breeze today. It's not as gusty as it has been the last few days. And it was super sunny this morning. It still is, but there's a cloud bank building up. So we've gone through patches of sun to overcast to sun again now, and I'm sure there's more overcast weather coming. Luckily, we're not experiencing some incredibly heavy rain like the Sabi Sands is at the moment. I don't know if the wind direction has changed, if one of the cheetahs is getting a bit gassy, but we're getting some smells. Very typical rotten red meat smell, but not the rotten from the carcass red meat. Very typical for cats to get a bit gassy when they are working through that digestive process. Red meat is hard to work through. Carries a lot of bacteria, so it makes some immense smells in the body. Oh. Hello, boy. You're lifting your head. Your head looks so small compared to the size of your stomach. My goodness. That is crazy. I've never seen them so full. Morgan, how long were they on that carcass outside the house?
3 days.
3 days, yeah. And it was bigger than this, yeah. This looks like a youngish kudu. Wow.
Yeah, they lie down, they carry on eating, they carry on eating, carry on eating 3 days straight.
Where do they put it all? That's crazy. Wow. I mean, I'm so used to seeing cheetahs take small things and kind of eating and getting chased off by predators or scavengers. This is still a foreign concept to me in a way, that they can keep a carcass for 3 days and keep feeding and keep feeding. This is not the norm for cheetahs, but the lack of bigger other predators and scavengers here is definitely the reason why it is possible here. So The cheetahs must thrive when not interrupted by the lions here. I would very much like to see them get up and start uncovering that carcass again. They've done a great job of hiding it. If you didn't know it was there, it looks like a termite mound with some grass. So that's kind of the idea, so that they can nap this solidly. They've got the peace of mind knowing that animals might not necessarily spot the rest of this carcass so easily. Crows flying over might only see the grass. They might not notice the red. Predators coming past would be able to smell it from downwind, but not from upwind, so walking past the top behind the carcass, they might not necessarily see it. It's just, it's brilliant. I'm so proud of them. It's my first time seeing them successful like this. Okay, we are going to stick around and see whether our spots decide to wake up. But in the meantime, we will send you over to Andrew in Madikwe for some more spots.
Good morning everybody. Oh my goodness, it seems like lots and lots of spots this morning. So we've managed to find we didn't find her, but we are on a sighting with a female cheetah at the moment. And she's actually in a very nice area for us. Signal's great and everything is good here. And I reckon we're going to stick around here and watch this female cheetah for a good few hours. Isn't that just exciting? This is my first Madikwe cheetah. So I have seen cheetah before elsewhere, as you all know, but here in the northwest province of Madikwe, this is my absolute first. Rian, did you get cheetah last time? You didn't get cheetah. First time here as well. Okay. So this is a good start to a good day. Now it's going to be incredibly hot here today, so wow, we're going to need to really take care of ourselves out here. I see it's going to be about 34, 35 degrees out here, and it might not seem like much, but it is very dry heat, and I've never felt heat hit my skin like here in Madikwe Game Reserve. So if you do plan a trip out here, just be advised that it is quite a harsh environment, but as long as you bring your long sleeve shirts and your hats and sunblock, you should be fine. Just great. Hello again. My name is Andrew, and I have Mr. Rian still behind the camera, and we are just so excited to see this cheetah here on Madikwe. I'm sure you are all too, and I think we're going to stick around here for a few hours and see what she does. There are wildebeest that are surrounding her, and there were some zebras earlier on as well, so it's you never know, as it maybe gets a bit cooler later on this afternoon, maybe she will go over to those animals and see what she can do. Now, of course, sorry about the pole there, but I don't know this cheetah well enough, so while we are sitting here for a few hours, I'm going to try and figure out what her age is, etc., what her history is. But just by looking at her, she doesn't look to be a very old cheetah, and you will notice there is a collar on her. Okay, so she's collared for a specific reason. Cheetahs are very much a part of what we call an endangered species trust. And so cheetahs, as you know, are incredibly precious animals because the genetics are very limited, and they've been limited for, over 50 years. And so there's a lot of conservation happening of cheetah. And I'm sure Tess has touched base with that as well out at Amakhala. Darcy Miller, morning. Good to hear from you, Darcy. Darcy, I'm going to be brutally honest here. We never found this cheetah. I would love to be able to say, yeah, I was the one that found it, or myself and Rian were the ones that found it, and then the rest of the vehicles came and had a look to what we have found, but it's more opposite way around. The other vehicles managed to find her today, and they angled us in here quite well with excellent directions from the guides, and here we are. And it is now going on sort of 9 o'clock, so most of the safari vehicles are now going back to camp for Operation Bacon and Eggs, and so we will be left on the sighting alone. So I highly doubt we're going to need to move out of the sighting.
Thank you, Wild Earth, for this absolutely fantastic prize at Matea Safari Lodge at Madekwa in South Africa. I joined the Wild Earth Explorer program at its onset in 2019 and have absolutely loved every minute I have experienced in the bush with all the characters of Wild Earth, both human and hairy. Thank you again, Wild Earth.
Sign up today and you could be the one experiencing it for yourself.
Okay, so we do have a vehicle that's approaching the sighting. Bear in mind that we are off-road at the moment, and so you might hear branches breaking and twigs snapping. It's just a vehicle trying to... Oh, she's up. What's going on now? Just like that, she got up and ran. I'm just going to see what she's gone after there. So we're just going to need to stand by and just wait a moment, because we don't want to have all three vehicles starting all at once and trying to follow this cheetah. That's not good. It's not respectful for the cheetah. So one vehicle has started and is re-angling. Once that vehicle stops, we will do the same thing. So yeah, how exciting is that? Cheetah laying under the bush. We've done quite a nice bit of information on the cheetah, and then suddenly the cheetah got up and started to run, which is, it's quite strange for this time of the morning, but I believe she is hungry, and there are wildebeest just beyond there. Now the wildebeest are going to be protected by the adults, so it's debatable whether she'll catch one, but she might. I mean, predators do amaze us every single day. Okay, so one of the vehicles has started there and is moving as well, so we'll be next to start the vehicle. Okay, I think in best interest is probably to go to Lisa at Ukukuyo in the meantime while we re-angle the vehicle.
and welcome to the beautiful Okukuyo. It is a fairly quiet morning so far, or humbling morning I should say. We've had a few zebras. You can see the springbok on out slowly coming to the waterhole, and we did have a whole herd of blue wildebeest, and there was a very tiny baby in between them as well. But furthermore, we are waiting for the animals to come to the waterhole. Hopefully it will be a wonderful day and we'll get to see some interactions, not necessarily just action, but some interactions between different species and of course between the same species as well. We do know that the zebras are in their rutting season, so we've been hearing a lot of vocalizing, a lot of fighting. But hopefully it will be a good day, and what a start we have had already with Trish having some zebras, both Andrew and Tess having cheetahs. What a wonderful morning. I don't think we've ever actually had that before on Escape to Nature, not that close together anyway. So it really has been wonderful. But as always, please remember to send in your questions and comments. But yes, if you are just joining us, as I said, we've had a wonderful morning so far this morning. My name is Lisa and I'm the waterhole naturalist, keeping an eye on Gowrie Dam as well as Okukuyo. And then we've got Andrew in Madikwe, Tess in Amakala and Trishala in Kariga. And then of course our wonderful cam ops as well, Rian and Morgan, will also be helping out today. So we are really excited for today. And hopefully it will be a wonderful day. But as I say, please do get in touch with us. Send us your questions, your comments, your suggestions. Let me know what you would like to have a chat about today. As you all know, I'm always keen on a good conservation conversation. But furthermore, it is just such a peaceful Sunday. And how beautiful is it not here? It seems like it's going to be sunny. Yesterday afternoon we did have a massive build-up for rain, and then unfortunately it just bypassed. So hopefully the rest of the park got some of it, but unfortunately here at this waterhole we did not get any. Oh, look at that baby zebra. I'm hoping today that we will see our Abdom storks as well. For those of you that were with us yesterday, it was a very, very busy day. We literally had constant movement at this wonderful waterhole. We had the Abdom storks, zebras, oryxes, springbok, impalas, wildebeest, kudus, giraffes, elephants, rhino. Whew, the list goes on and on. So we'll see what today will have in store for us. But for the most part, because it is dry in the rest of the park now, and because this is a fairly hot and humid and dry area, the animals really do not mind coming here. So hopefully we'll get some, as I say, some interactions today.
He's got the long straight. Yeah? Let's see. Yep, there he is.
Portia, good morning. You are saying some sun and dryness at the waterhole. Yes, this has been the case for a couple of weeks now. And again, it's wonderful for us. It definitely guarantees more activity for the animals. But for the animals, it's not all that great because that indicates that the rest of the park is running dry in terms of the vegetation, in terms of the other water holes that they generally do have available as well. But luckily they've got this water hole, we can fill it up. But again, we are hoping for their sake, that there are other resources as well that will fill up with some more rain. But we do not know. I was just saying to one of our zoomies at the Djuma Dam Camp this morning, I really wish we could teleport some of the rain to Okokoyo. Even if it's just a little bit. I'm sure many of you know that it has been hectically raining in Djuma. I'm keeping my eye on the Djuma Dam Camp as well, and it really is so full. Which again is wonderful. We can't be picky when it comes to Mother Nature and the rainfall and all of that. But I just wish over here we could get a little bit more rain. We do not have a lot of time left in terms of the stats for the rain season that we have in this region. But you never know. Maybe it changes. Maybe we get some rain in the middle of the year as well, which is not generally the common thing. But again, as we know and as we've seen really all over the world, weather patterns and rainfall seasons are drastically adjusting and changing. Ooh, that was a European bee eater. I thought they had completely left us. That's very interesting. So hopefully that is an indication that we will still get some rain. As we know, a lot of the summer birds, like we've seen in many of our locations, specifically during this summertime, they are seasonal migrators. But specifically your European bee eaters and Abdom storks, they follow the rain. But I will keep my eyes out and see if I can do some more birding. Hopefully we'll get some more animals and their babies to come to the waterhole as well. But for now I'm going to send you back to Andrew, who's found his spots.
Okay, so we have managed to catch up to this female cheetah. She's gone stationary in that patch of shade over there, which is understandable. It is really getting hot at the moment. So I'm pretty sure this cheetah is going to lay down here for pretty much most of the day, unless, some animal walks close by here and she feels she can hunt it. Then she might move a bit. So she has got her eyes and ears on something. And then she's laying flat again, so just having a good look. What is also interesting is, of course, she's going to spot things that are moving around her that she may or may not try and hunt. But when those animals do move off, she will sort of understand where they are going and hanging out and so on. And then who knows, maybe later on this afternoon when things are a lot cooler and she can move a lot more, she'll go to those areas and try and catch something. But by looking at her, she's in excellent condition. I'm not sure when her last meal was because I can't really see her stomach. But from what I see now, she's in excellent condition. Morning, Daryl. Correct. Cheetahs are going to be the fastest terrestrial animal in the entire globe. Books describe them to getting up to 120 kilometers an hour. But personally, I think that's a bit fast. I think that's, as Ralph and I also have discussed this, that was probably recorded in a very controlled environment. But out here in the bush, where you're going to have obstacles along the way in the form of trees and holes and stumps, I think a cheetah is going to average out on maybe 100 or maybe even just over 100 and something kilometers an hour, which is fast enough. But the problem with that, and there's always a catch, they are very fast, but there's a catch. They cannot expel energy for too long. Otherwise, it's going to be energy loss, but then also their body temperature raises rapidly when they are running at full speed. And they have to stop. They have got no choice but to stop after, maybe 200 meters or so, because their brain will overheat if they just continue pushing. And that's not good. They can cause brain damage and other long-term problems. Okay, so her head is up again and her tail is flicking. I don't know what's going on. What is inside that bush there? She's hissing at something there. I'm just wondering if there's not maybe a snake that's in there. I don't know what it was, but she really jumped back a little bit and showed whatever it was, some teeth, and hissed a bit. Okay, so we're going to just watch her for a bit more. I think it's a good place to stop here, although there's actually no shade around here. And the sun is brutal today. So I'm actually happy she's found herself a nice piece of shade. If she wants some water, no problem. She just needs to walk a little bit north from here, about maybe 100 meters, and she can get to one of the pans and drink water. So ideally, she's actually in a good spot right now. There's prey around, there's shade, and there's water nearby. Just beautiful. I'm hoping we're going to see a little bit of her teeth, and then that can actually really help us to identify what sort of age range she's at. But then there's other ways you can look as well. Old cheetahs, they might have, a few little scars on the face or tattered ears from walking through the bush and flies and things like that. If the teeth are white and the ears are all in good condition and whole, in terms of their outline, you're looking at quite a young cheetah. But if the teeth are all orange, like really orange, and the ears are a little bit tatty, you're looking at a very old cheetah. So she has stood up momentarily. Her stomach looks like she has had something quite recently. So I'm going to grab binoculars. I hear a bird busy making alarm calls there, of course, because the bird can see the cheetah. I was trying to see what bird it is. Yesterday we saw a wood sandpiper. Difficult to identify. That bird just flew off there. And back flat. Hello, Natalie. Oh, I highly doubt that. Cheetah is a very delicate animal. And although, a snake would be edible for a cheetah, it comes at a huge risk. And cheetahs, they are not fans of taking uncalculated risks. Now, I say that they are very delicate animals, and this is through and through. When you look at their skeleton and their body design, they are incredibly delicate. And if she had to get bitten by a venomous snake, it's almost a guarantee that she would pass away. So the risk versus the reward, it does not make sense. And so cheetah is likely to say, nah, I'm not keen, I'm going to try and just stay out the snake's way. And that's probably what she would do. Not to say she won't hiss at it or, maybe growl at it or whatever the case may be. Morning. Okay, now while you are watching this cheetah, I just want to remind you that this is live and interactive. So you can definitely get hold of us. You can send us questions. You can ask us anything you would like, and we can go through all of those things. And also, if you have any requests, if you're hoping to see something out here, then definitely let us know. But if you're watching on the Wild Earth app or website, you can register to ask questions or to make requests. And if you are watching on YouTube, please do subscribe so that we can notify you of all the great content that is on there. And then you don't have to miss out. So last night when myself and Rian knocked off, myself and the director Max were having a chat, and we were saying, yeah, for Escape to Nature this morning, we're really keen on finding something quite spectacular that we can spend time with, even if it takes us time looking for the animal. And we promised that we'll definitely give that a good go. And here come this morning, and here we're with the cheetah, and of course we are honoring our promise. So Max and everybody at MC, yeah, this is special, and definitely for you all and all the viewers. Brittany, thank you for your question. Oh, the quality of a cheetah that I would like to have. Speed would be fantastic. The ability to camouflage would be fantastic. But that's not what I would like to have. I would like to have their eyesight. Now, you can't comprehend their eyesight. Of all the cats, I would say cheetah has got the better eyesight of all the cats. And the way that I figure this out is, of course, I have seen them hunting in the past, and I've seen what they've been able to spot, which can only take incredible eyes. But if you have a look at the size of the skull of cheetah, and you have a look at the size of the eyes are very big in relation to the size of the skull. So we can easily predict that this animal has got phenomenal eyesight. And I think I would like to have that trait. Now, Brittany, if you had an option to have one of their traits, what would it be? Let's share. Rian, if you could have any of their traits, what would it be of a cheetah?
I like the tail.
You like you like their tail? They do have a beautiful heavy tail. That's how we call it. They have a beautiful heavy tail. Now that tail is very important for them. It's part of their counterbalance. So when this animal is running after things like springbuck and impala, now we know impalas are incredibly agile animals, and this is how they escape a lot of their predators. Now cheetah can turn on a dime very easily just through that tail as the counterbalance. And it's almost as long as their back. Okay, so the one vehicle is now leaving the sighting. They're heading back to the camp now. I'm sure the guests are getting quite hungry now. They're going to head back and have a bit of a siesta, and it all starts all over again in the afternoon. For us, we're going to be out here.
Amakhala, a wonderland of natural beauty. Now you can experience it for yourself at the Amakhala Safari Lodge, the perfect safari getaway where luxury meets nature seamlessly. Enjoy poolside peacefulness and exhilarating safari drives by day, and fine dining with fireside coziness by night. Sign up to be an explorer and you could stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the Amakhala Safari Lodge.
There's also a few blue waxbills that tend to fly past you from time to time, and one of my favorite little waxbills to see the violet-eared waxbill. There's a Cape turtle dove that's calling at the moment. Kukur, kukur. New name is a ringneck dove. Hi there, Vivian. No, not at all. Not at all. Cheetahs are really the opposite. Cheetahs are, wild cheetah have not been known to attack man before, or hunt man. Whereas, and this is the truth, leopard, lion, and spotted hyenas have been known in very rare situations to hunt humans and eat humans. Cheetahs have not been recorded at all by doing that, so they don't pose a threat to humans. And over the last years that I've been in the bush, I have come across cheetah on foot. They really don't get aggressive. They would rather just move away, so they see you coming and they're up and they'll move away. Usually, some of them are really comfortable, and they've learned to become comfortable. And I remember one of the game reserves, I was tracking lions in midday, so it wasn't the best day to track lions, but we were trying. And we came across a cheetah on foot, and this cheetah looked at us and went back to sleep. Not this particular individual, but I'm talking about this reserve that I came across cheetah on foot by accident while tracking lions, and did not even flinch when we came by. Now, I don't want to put fear into you. I know I mentioned that lion, leopard, and also spotted hyenas have been known very rarely to hunt and eat humans, but these are situations where a lion or a hyena, whatever the case may be, is incredibly emaciated, desperate, maybe even sick or badly injured. And this is a general rule across the board, that these are animals you need to be careful of. Doesn't matter what species it is. If it's busy starving or busy dying, be careful. It could the animal could be a lot more aggressive than what it normally would be. And this goes with anything. Imagine a house dog. A dog that is old and is getting bad arthritis and the bones are achy, they tend to be a bit snappy. Now, as far as I'm aware, the last recording Hey there, Tsabang. Good question. So Tsabang, they're not territorial. Remember, they are home range, so they don't behave territorially. But what cheetahs will do is leave scent behind for other cheetah. So this female, she's going to be interested in mating with the male at some point in her mature life, and she might advertise that fact. And what she'll do is she'll obviously leave her urine by bushes and things like that. And male might pick up that smell. We see male cheetahs often spraying on bushes. It does seem like it's a territorial thing, but it's actually leaving a scent and communication for female cheetah that might come across that smell and be interested in uniting with that male cheetah. They don't vocalize like lions or leopard, that they send out a deep sound, making sure that it can be heard by other cheetah. No, cheetahs are quiet like that. They if you look at other cats that make roars and things like that, cheetahs have got quite an insignificant sound, if I can say, and that's a good thing. They don't want to be heard. So when this cheetah is looking for a male or her cubs, she might let out this very specific sound that would be heard within the immediate area. It won't travel far and beyond, because if lions hear that, they might just respond to that because they know that there's a cheetah around. And lions are really good at eliminating their competitors. And ultimately, cheetah is one of their competitors because cheetah is going to hunt the same sort of animals that lions might be interested in hunting, like impala and things like that. And they've just gone back to sleep. So if that tail wasn't moving, you would struggle to actually see this cheetah. And the grass is not, or the bushes are not very tall here. So when the grasses do get long and cheetahs go into those grasslands and they lay flat, they really are hidden away. And with the spots, they camouflage so well. And this turtle dove. Work harder, work harder. We've just found cheetah, Cape Turtle Dove. Are we not working hard enough? Apparently not. Maybe the Cape Turtle Dove is reminding us to drink water. Drink water, drink water. Never been particularly good at speaking Cape Turtle Dove, so I'm not 100% sure what it means. Oh, Max the Boss. Greetings to you, Max the Boss. They enjoy open environments. You know, areas where they can really run. They don't enjoy thickets, although cheetahs that have given birth and they've got cubs, they've been known to take their cubs into thickets and hide them in there. Now, to give you an example, I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Timbavati Game Reserve. I know Chris has, from Pridelands, has got quite a bit of experience in Timbavati as well. And there it's the Mopani thickets. It is so thick, those Mopanis, that you can barely even off-road into them. And we, on one occasion in my time when I was out there, we saw cheetah with cubs in that thicket, in the Mopani thicket. So she will take her cubs into thickets potentially. But generally speaking, open grassland environments where there's a lot of plains, game, the ability to hunt and run fast. It's all very well if you're a fast running animal, but if you're running and you're hitting obstacles the entire time, it's useless. So be in an open environment where you can pick up speed quickly and hopefully get something before your body temperature rises too much and utilizing too much of that energy. That's why in East Africa, cheetahs do very well. And there was that Fast Five in East Africa. I remember David and them were there with them. Definitely one of the mysteries of the universe. So whether it's the 6 wonders of the world or something like that, they call it. And East Africa is one of those 6 wonders, which is quite beautiful. Good one. We're going to stick around here. We're going to watch this beautiful female cheetah for quite some time. In the meanwhile, let's send you over to Tess. Let's see what she's got.
Thank you, Andrew. Very interesting conversation about qualities of a cheetah that you would like and where you might find them. I must be honest, these cheetahs are definitely preferring the thickets at the moment. We are in a very, very bushy section in the northern part of Amakhala, and the three boys are still very, very flat. Every now and then we're getting a smidge of movement, just a reposition of the body, just to try and make themselves a little bit cooler. But it seems for the most part we're going to have some very sleepy cheetahs for now. But it has been a while, and so maybe we might get some action and see them up and moving back towards the carcass or anything like that. But I'm looking kind of back at my experience with cheetah sightings, and I mean, definitely these three, it's been a mix of finding them in the very open areas in the western side of Amakhala, and then the rest of the time they've been up here in the north where it's a lot thicker. So, I don't know, I think these three prefer thickets to open grassland. It definitely helps them hunt, that's for sure, and maybe it's because they're inexperienced. Being young, they're not even 2 years old yet. They might not be so good at stalking up to things in an open area, but where there's thickets, like where we are now, it might be easier for them to actually get close enough to prey to not have to rely on speed, because also remember, 2 of them are injured, 2 of them are limping, so they can't really build that speed. So I think these 3 almost rely on thickets. They're a bit of an exception at the moment. But I'm also trying to think of where I've seen cheetahs in the Kruger Park region. It's you see, this is the tricky part. It's not quite the same between places like East Africa and South Africa. If you go up to Kenya, Tanzania, Ngorongoro Crater, anywhere like that, it's very open. Cheetahs have to use their speed there, and you will find them in open areas because that's pretty much the most habitat that they've got. But also, it gives them an advantage over lions and leopards and things like that. Here, you don't really find extensive open grassland in South Africa. So everywhere that I've seen cheetahs tends to have quite a few thickets. And I suppose it kind of makes sense in that sense, because if there are leopards, lions, and spotted hyenas around, you need to hide yourself, not just your cubs. But for these 3 as well, they use it for hunting. They're much more successful up in the north, where there's thickets, than they are in the south, having to stalk up to things in bigger open areas. So it's almost like they choose the north. They definitely do better up here, according to their kill rate anyway. But it is interesting because I think it will depend cheetah to cheetah, and I think it will also depend person to person where you've been and what you've seen. Most of the cheetahs I've seen have been in thickets, contrary to popular belief, I suppose. But if we went to East Africa, we'd almost exclusively only find them in very big open areas. And I've never been to Madikwe, so I don't actually know what it looks like there beyond, what I've seen through Wild Earth. So I can't wait to go there and see that habitat for myself. But down here, there's definitely more thickets than open areas. So I think cheetahs are incredibly adaptable, is the point I'm making. They will take over any habitat that they feel they need to in order to survive. And here it seems to be thickets. But the Eastern Cape is mostly thickets. A lot of Albany thicket and subtropical forest. You're thinking about some qualities of cheetahs that I admire and would like in my life. I know there's a lot of different ways that you can look at cheetahs. I think for me, I'm very envious of their incredible balance. Obviously, a leopard probably has better balance, but I trip on flat surfaces. So the fact that these cheetahs can climb up trees and still go to the bathroom while on top of the tree is quite mind-blowing to me. The speed is also, I suppose, a bonus, but I don't really need to be speedy. I can survive without the speed. Fitness would be good, but that's just a me being lazy thing, so that I can change. But I'm fast in the water, so I don't mind not being fast on land. But I think just general elegance, general beauty, general balance. would be stuff that I would like to have in my life. That elegance, I can pull it off, but I do have to put an effort for that. The rest of the time, I'm very much the bush version of me. So that's tripping on flat surfaces and, yeah, being a little different, I suppose. Not quite being the normal classy thing that you would expect. But I enjoy that, so I don't really need that all the time. But I would like to have that balance skill. The rest of it I'm okay with. Morgan, is there anything you would take on from these cheetahs?
I don't know. Not sure.
There are a lot of things about them that are fantastic, but very specialized to cheetahs. I don't really think we need a lot of it. But yes, balance for me would be a big one. They are really, really pretty though. It's always a pleasure to spend time with these three. I'm loving that we're just seeing a random tail flicking. That's all we can see of the second cheetah. We can't even see the third one. Just every now and then that very thick bushy tail and a leg moving behind those bushes. I'm hoping they might get up and move and feed again. Not that they look like they have much space, but I'm sure they could pull it off if they tried hard enough. I'm sure they could. Now, the way they are at the moment, they're looking very, very placid. And you'll probably find if another predator came up to this kill that they might get up and become aggressive and protective of the carcass. Because there's three of them, if it was one on its own, it would probably just back off. But I know Andrew was talking about cheetahs not really being aggressive. They are known to be the most timid of the big cats. They are the smallest of the big cats. Even though they're taller than a leopard, they are still considered the smallest because pound for pound, they're a lot lighter and more lightweight. They can't really sustain a fight or any form of aggression like that. But I suppose if something like a vulture came down or some jackals, they would definitely chase them. I have seen videos of female cheetahs protecting a carcass for her cubs from a bunch of vultures, but then of course as soon as those become too populous she backs off, which is the norm. They can't afford to get hurt. And you won't really see cases of aggression towards humans, but I have heard of exceptions to that as well. I've actually witnessed one where I saw a cheetah pounce on somebody and bite into a neck, which was not great to witness at all, you can imagine. But we also, Morgan and I both personally know someone who has actually been attacked by a cheetah. So, not altogether unheard of, but I suppose in a sense unlikely. So, don't ever just assume you can walk up to animals. Please don't do that. Please, please, please don't do that. But I suppose of the big cats, they are the least aggressive. Because they can't afford to get hurt, they rely on being healthy to be able to survive, being uninjured. Obviously within reason. There are small injuries that they can survive with, as we've seen with these three. Two of them are limping, but they're still doing fine. In terms of hunting, it just means they can't build up the speed they need. But especially in terms of aggression, they can't afford to get hurt. So they don't want to get into any form of altercation if they can avoid it. But most animals are like that, not just cheetahs. Also, full disclaimer, neither of the people that we know that were attacked by cheetahs were killed. They were injured, but they were not killed. And the cheetahs were not killed either, so don't worry. But it was still scary and obviously caused some bite marks. Noel, the strategies that cheetahs use when hunting will differ based on where the cheetahs are and the composition of the cheetahs. So let's focus on these three. 3 young males together, definitely quite experienced at hunting, but not experienced enough yet. So they're making kills, but they're also missing a lot more than they're making. And they rely on very specific circumstances to make a kill at this point. So for these 3 cheetahs, they use a combination of speed mixed with backup. So there's 3 of them as opposed to 1 cheetah on its own, so they can work together, teamwork, mixed with habitat. So of course, they could be out in the open, be sleeping and not have a single thing around them, not even plan to hunt, and something might pop up next to them and they'll go for it. And in that space of time, obviously if it's popped up right next to them, it doesn't know that they're there. So 1, they've got the element of surprise. 2, there's 3 of them, so they can outnumber it. And 3, they can use their speed to quickly get to it in a short space where it's popped up next to them and take it down. They're working together as a team, they're using their speed, they're using the fact that they've got the element of surprise. However, if they actively want to stalk something, we have seen them trying in open areas. They're not the best at it yet because they're not incredibly experienced in that department. So they tend to like thickets. So what they'll do is they'll use their senses to locate their prey, to find whatever they want to pounce on. They will then work as a team to stalk up to it together using cover and camouflage, which is why they seem to like thickets. They can get a lot closer than they could in an open area, and that applies across the board to all predators. And then they use the fact that there's 3 of them to drag something down. There's more weight to escape from and less direction for the prey species to go if there's 3 things running at you as opposed to 1. They bring it down and then they kill it. They do like these thickets because they can get closer. However, if you had a cheetah on its own, let's say a mother cheetah on her own in the Serengeti, an open grassland, she would have to rely on her camouflage and stalking skills a lot more than these 3 would, because she doesn't have cover. She's only got long grass and she's going to have to try and stalk and stalk and stalk. Once she's found something she wants to go for, she has to stalk and stalk and stalk to close the distance to enough that when she hits a burst of speed, it's within 100 meters of where she started that she can kill that animal, or at least catch it. So she's relying on the fact that she needs to be able to stalk a lot closer and stay hidden. She then needs to hop out at the right moment and on her own outrun and outmaneuver her prey. So she has to be almost a little bit more skilled in a sense, because she doesn't have the same benefits that this cheetah coalition of 3 males does. She doesn't have the same habitat, so she's more specialized then at particularly building up speed, but also at actually getting close enough and having to rely on only her own skills as opposed to 3 of them working together to confuse an animal and outweigh the animal. So it really will depend instance to instance. Everything is prone to popping up and surprising, but definitely it's going to be dependent on who is where and what's happening, what habitat, all of those things. So we are showing you now where the carcass is again. You can see this area is quite open. So there's bushes all around the periphery, but where the carcass is itself is quite open. You'll probably find, they think this is a kudu. Morgan and I are starting to disagree. It looks a bit small and the color's not quite right. You'll probably find this animal was in a thicket and the cheetahs stalked up to one of the side thickets, and then in the clearing, as the animal ran, they ran and caught up with it out in the open here. They haven't dragged it under a bush, which they sometimes do, and they obviously don't feel the need to do that because there aren't any other predators in the immediate area, but they might still choose to do that. What they did instead was just cover it with soil and grass, just to keep it a little bit hidden. It also kind of keeps it a bit more fresh out of the direct sun. But the skills that these 3 have will be quite different to the skills that, for example, a lone mother cheetah would have in the Serengeti or the Masai Mara. So as long as a cheetah can build up speed, it can camouflage, and if possible work in a coalition, higher success rate by far. A lone cheetah would have to have the added bonus of a lot of experience. A lot of experience to take things down on her own in an open area. But of course, as usual, every predator will use their senses. So smell, sight, hearing, they use all of that. They use the ability to stalk very close. They use their burst of speed, which is a cheetah's main tactic. And then, of course, very strong dew claws that are very long. Hello, boy, are you getting up? Very, very long dew claw to try and ankle tap the animal and trip it. And then they pounce. Oh, he is beautiful. Hey, big one. So he's quite lucky, this male. Having the backup of his brothers is incredibly helpful. But on his own, he is capable of hunting. It might just take him a couple more attempts and definitely a bit more practice. A lot of failed attempts to help him learn. But he is already a great combination of strength and speed. He's lightweight, he's got brilliant senses. And he knows what to do instinctually. It just happens to take a bit of time and a bit of failed attempts first to really perfect it. But no two hunts are ever going to be the same. So even if they are really skilled and really practiced, every time is still a challenge. And it takes a lot of energy too. So we are still playing the patience game to see if these cheetahs are going to get up and go back towards the carcass. The weather is a bit strange, so it is giving us a little bit of whiplash, the very typical multiple seasons in one day, very typical Eastern Cape, and particularly this part of the Eastern Cape. For now, it is warming up in the sun, but when the clouds come up, it's actually quite chilly. We've still got jackets on We're not ready to take them off by any means. The wind is icy and it's picking up. So with that, the cheetahs do have a higher chance of being more active. They don't necessarily have to rest it off the whole day. But it seems from habit with these three, even when they are full, they still find space to eat more somehow. So perhaps they'll come back and start feeding just now. While we wait for them to move though, we will send you over to Lisa, who is enjoying some scenery from Djuma.
Thank you, Tace. You are having a wonderful time with those cheetahs. Really, really interesting that we are having cheetah in both Madikwe and Amakhala. I don't think we've ever had that before on Escape to Nature. I could be wrong, but as you can see, sadly it is still pouring in Djuma. It does not seem like it's going to stop for quite some time. But that being said, I mean, you've all seen how the weather rapidly changes, specifically in this location. But we've got a hippo. We are at least making some progress, and the crocodile is also around. We have not been able to find it again. Of course, we've got some of our wonderful zoomies helping us out once again. And we did spot the croc earlier on, but we have no idea where it is right now. It's making it a little bit tricky with all of the mud and everything in the water, and of course the constant rain falling. But you can see the hippo is not at all minding the rain. And I was actually talking about this yesterday, but I really wonder if animals experience the same like we do when you are swimming in the rain. Of course the temperature is becoming a little bit warmer. I wonder if it's the same for them. And that is why they just hang out, just like we saw that one buffalo bull doing yesterday as well, whilst it was raining. And once again, as always, rain just brings everything to life. As I always say, I know it's not ideal for us in terms of going on safari, especially the naturalists being out there, but it really just does change everything. The vegetation, the insects that occur. You can right now hear a lot of crickets, and I mean generally we hear crickets at night, but they are just loving this. And I just wish we could have some of this rain in Okokweyo. But again, we are not complaining. The rain is wonderful, and that'll definitely help us through winter. I actually saw a picture that someone posted on social media. I think it was a comparison Djuma today and then Djuma 2015, and the difference was just unbelievable. Like in 2015, obviously they had taken it in winter time, but in 2015 it was dry and yellow. So of course we won't see that right now because it is summertime and we are still blessed with a lot of rain. But we will see what it looks like in winter time, just like we've been seeing now in Okokweyo. We had a little bit of rain and then it drastically became dry again. But this rain is definitely good, because the more rain we get, the longer it will carry us through winter. And when I say us, of course, I mean the animals. In terms of food for them. Hi! Why are you so shy? I think it's Dewey. I can't say 100% for sure, but I think it's Dewey. And of course, if you are not familiar with Dewey, Dewey is one of the resident hippos in Djuma. And hippo bulls in general traverse between different waterholes. So they do have territory, they are very territorial, but they will definitely move around and mark their territory, look for females to mate with. So it's just amazing. The Egyptian geese have also been moving around the waterhole. We've even seen our jacana. But other than that, it has been pretty peaceful here. The impalas were sort of tolerating the rain, and then they moved deeper into the bush. Just want to see if this hippo is actually going to move. And this is also not an animal you want to mess with. I know Tess said, please, please, please don't touch any animal or walk up to any animal. But specifically, if you do find yourself in an area where there could potentially be hippos around, they are very territorial, and they are also very unpredictable. With hippos, for me personally, I've noticed they can be a lot like a lot of other animals as well, but particularly elephant bulls in must. So when they are, hippos don't go into must or anything like that, but when they are specifically on a mission to find a female that they picked up the scent of estrus or anything like that, they can be even more unpredictable. So I'm sure most of you know that a lot of hippos kill a lot of people in Africa, and it's not as bad as it used to be in the olden days. You know, in the olden days, people were very, well, in the rural areas, you know, they would literally live amongst wild animals, and upon going to a waterhole to fetch water for the village or to do laundry or whatever the case is, they don't always know that there's a hippo in the water. And then if a hippo does in fact feel threatened, whether you are on foot or in a vehicle, if you are getting too close to the edge of the water, they will definitely storm out if need be, just to chase off whatever is around. And they do that not just with humans, they do that with animals as well. For the most part, they'll tolerate crocodiles and elephants and all of that, but I've seen some brilliant footage. I remember the other day watching a video of wild dogs chasing an antelope into a waterhole, and the hippo got agitated and irritated by the wild dogs not backing off. And eventually he just sort of snapped the antelope, unfortunately, in half, and the wild dogs took off because he sort of just dragged it into the water. I'm not sure if he continued with the actual carcass and actually fed on it, but they are rather on edge when you do enter their territory and stay for too long. Tank, you would like to know how often do hippos leave the water and at what time does that happen? Now remember, animals do not read books. They are not to be put in a box and say this is the rule. Generally, they come out as soon as the temperatures have dropped in the afternoon, and they'll sort of start grazing. They move around at night, and they actually, as I say, mark their territory as well. They might move to a different waterhole to perhaps pursue another female or whatever their mission might be at that stage. But generally, to answer your question, it's generally when the temperatures have dropped a little. Often you'll see them for me specifically, I've noticed you'll see them a lot in the winter time as well, during the day outside the water, because then it's not necessarily as hot and as humid and sticky and dry as it would be in summer. But they really do not have any set of rules. We're just trying to have a look around to see if we can actually find a crocodile as well. And how incredible is it that both these species can actually coexist? Yes, sometimes they do have some disagreements from time to time. But for the most part, you know, they tolerate each other. They know that both of them are aquatic animals and they have to share a water body. And it's not always the case. I mean, we don't always have a crocodile in this water hole. So it's really wonderful, once again, what is happening with all of the rain that is available. And again, I'm not too sure if it's a female crocodile that's here right now. No. The zoomies are actually saying, it's a little confusing because there's a lot of mud and things floating around in the water. So every time we see something, we're like, oh, is that it? But we're just trying to look around. But how full is Gowrie Dam? Can you believe this? It's absolutely incredible. I know there's for those of you that are from South Africa, we've got a province called the Free State, and then we've got a little town called Parys, which is Paris in English, but it's Paris in South Africa. And my father actually lives there, and there has been so much flooding happening there. Like people's houses are underwater, and there's really also been a lot of rain there. And again, it's just so incredible what rain can do. And as humans, we tend to think, no, but it's ruining our infrastructures and everything. But at the end of the day, Mother Nature will always prevail. Oof, just look at that inflow. It's incredible. These pans, everything is just amazing. Hi, Dewey. Surfer Ring, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. You would like to know if crocodiles and hippos do not fight in the water. So as I said, that does happen. They do have disagreements from time to time, but it's very rarely that it's a common occurrence for them to always, be having conflict and actually fighting with each other. For the most part, both of them realize that the other one too is dangerous. And that really goes for all animals. A cheetah, a lion, an elephant, a crocodile, a hippo. Anything else besides that animal themselves is a threat or could potentially be a threat. So just like with humans, animals won't just attack you. They don't know what you are. They don't know what threat you pose. So for hippos, for crocodiles as well, the one realizes what the other one is, but they really stay out of each other's way, unless there really is a case of, a fight over dominance or perhaps a carcass that might be in the water. Because remember, for the most part, crocodiles are predators, and they are reptiles as well, where a hippo is a mammal and hippos are omnivores. So hippos do, for the most part, feed on grass. They are grazers, but it does happen from time to time that they actually are seen feeding on carrion and carcasses, things like that, particularly in the wintertime. As I said, in wintertime, animals all over have to be resourceful. They have to look for other places and other sources where they can actually get nutrients and, minerals even, like we see in Okokoyo from. So it does happen that hippos do sometimes also feed on carcasses and things like that. But again, for the most part, they will avoid each other, they will respect each other, sort of just stick to their own area, especially at a place like this in Gowrie Dam. It's a fairly large water body. And yes, in the winter time it will dry up again, but as I said, I have no idea what this crocodile is doing here. My suspicion is that it might be a female that's laying eggs, because with crocodile females, they actually do not, generally for the most part, do not lay the eggs in the water body that they generally reside in. They'll actually move to another area, go lay the eggs, and then go back to the water hole where they were. Ooh, but this rain is really not stopping for anything or anyone today. Oh, we've got a blacksmith lapwing. Correction, we had a blacksmith lapwing, and of course she will just go behind a tree because that's what you animals do. Whether it's elephants, rhinos, lions, birds. Oh, I got very excited there for a moment. Alas, it's just the tree. I just saw the tip of the actual trunk and I thought, oh, perhaps that's the crocodile. No, but our zoomies have been hard at work looking for the crocodile and of course keeping an eye on the hippo and everything that just happens in and around Gowrie Dam. And it really is such a massive help, I have to tell you, really. It's the fact that they are able to still watch the camera at night when us South Africans are asleep. That really does help us a lot. Isn't it incredible that we are still able to sort of use this camera for the most part, even when it is raining? Yes, sometimes there could be difficulties, but like now, as it's raining, we are still able to observe the waterhole and the animals that come to and from it. Just cleaning the screen, apologies, just to get rid of some of the excess droplets. We are trying as much as we can. Just want to have a look around, see if we can find that crocodile. You never know. But as I say, how incredible that we are still being able to watch all of this happening with all of the rain that we are still getting. Yes, it's not always possible, but it definitely does help us just to stay posted a little bit. But as I say, I do not think that this rain is going to stop today. Oh, there's our Egyptian goose family. I enjoy them. They really are such a tight and close-knit family, and you can see what we would call the goslings are already grown up. They are just on the edge of full plumage and they can already defend for themselves. But I have to say the parents are still very, very protective of them, which is wonderful. Oh, and it seems like it's actually becoming a bit more profuse now. The rain is coming a little bit harder now. Dewey doesn't seem to mind. You see, this is also where I would not be able to be an animal. Earth lover, good morning. So good to hear from you. You would like to know when will you see me on a live drive? Well, Earth lover, you see, I'm actually a robot. And this is not a real person talking. So no, I'm just kidding. I don't know. We'll see, Earth lover. We will have to see. I am, however, planning on visiting my aunt and my family in the next 2 months or so. I've actually not discussed this with them yet, so perhaps should do that first. But yes, probably in the next 2 months or so, and then I will of course just arrange to head on a drive or two with one of the naturalists. But nothing set in stone. But you never know. My role particularly is for Rivonia, because even though I've been a bush junkie all my life, I'm actually now settled in the city. But a drive in the bush would definitely be good, especially Djuma. I have a very, very soft spot for Djuma, Earth lover, so you never know. One of these days, hopefully, we shall see if we can make a plan. You are not the first to ask that question. A lot of people apparently want to see my silly face. So we'll see. We'll see, Earth lover, hopefully one of these days. That one is like, no, wait, I said we're going out. Where are you going? Come back. We're supposed to get out now. Oi. Fine. And as you can see, they really do everything together. It remains a mystery as to where our crocodile is. He's probably lurking around somewhere. And that is what makes a crocodile such a successful hunter as well. You know, the fact that they can really sneak up to animals. And they will literally just have a little bit of their nostrils out just for air every now and again. And then they will... Look at this poor kingfisher. Oh, shame. You can't even actually see the blue coloration. Oh, shame, my leafy. I would find a little bit more shelter if I were you. That's horrible. I always think of, you know, the birds particularly. Well, they don't really have an excuse. They can actually go really deep into trees, but they always seem so sad. Alrighty, we're going to keep an eye on Gowrie Dam. I've got my eyes on Ukukoyo as well. See if we can find this crocodile here in Gowrie Dam. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Tess and her 3 amigos.
Oh, good luck spotting the crocodile, Lisa. I still can't believe there are crocodiles now in Twin Dams and in Djuma Dam or Gowrie Dam. We didn't ever have any resident crocodiles at Djuma, and now all of a sudden they're everywhere thanks to the intense amount of rain and I suppose water flowing in from all over. So crocodiles find it a lot easier to move. There goes the cheetah. So we've been watching these three. It looks like they're planning on getting up and moving, potentially towards a water source, speaking of all the water. But they haven't quite decided. So we're going to wait and see if they move. If they do get up and decide to walk towards water, we'll go with them, see if we can follow. For now, though, they are showing us their spectacular camouflage. I'm not sure with the three of them, with their dynamics, whether they would all go and drink water and then all come back, or if they'd leave somebody close to the carcass and go one at a time to drink water. Either way, for cheetahs, it's risky. If they all leave the carcass, something could come in and steal the carcass. Potentially. There's not really that many big things around here that might try, but they don't necessarily know that. Their instinct tells them to protect it. But I suppose it's also equally as risky moving on your own to water, because you might bump into a predator going to water. So it is an interesting one. It's going to be interesting to see what they decide to do, if they do decide to move. But just as a quick reminder for everybody, tonight, the 26th of Feb, at 8 p.m. Central African Time, James Henry is going to be going live for a rehearsal of our live Look Back show, which is currently in the development phase. So the show will have one of our naturalists talking over some of our great sightings, and we want to know what you think from the rehearsal. It is a live and interactive explorers-only rehearsal, though, so if you are an explorer, do send through your comments and questions. Join James Henry tonight at 8 p.m. Central African Time for that rehearsal, and let us know what you think. The cheetah likes the sound of it. He's at least sat back up. But he is looking down towards water. So the water holes are fairly limited. Oh, hello, boy. Where did you come from?
That's why I just walked away.
He's done a loop and come back with a very big belly. They are looking down towards water, I suppose, or that one is anyway, that's sitting up now. And water resources are fairly limited up here in the northern section. There are 2 known water holes, and I suppose with a bit of rain there are a few puddles here and there, although it has dried up incredibly quickly. So I'd imagine they'd be going to the one that's just south of us or just down to the right if they do get up to move that way. But he's just thrown that theory completely out. Never mind, he's coming back this way. He does look beautiful. Oh, there's the third one. He also moved and we couldn't find him. There we go, coming out of the thickets. Cheapers, those bellies are huge. How are you boys walking and not breaking your backs with the weight of your stomachs? No, water is not on the cards. Lying in the shade absolutely is. Wow. That camouflage when they lie down is unreal. If you did not know these cheetahs were here, when they're lying down, you would not spot them. Maybe that one on the right, that's slightly more in the open, but the 2 in the middle of the bush, absolutely not. I'm very happy we didn't move. At least they've all come back this way. That makes me feel better.
Wild mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
Look at how much the light has changed in the last couple of seconds. So there's a big cloud bank that's just covered the sun. And it's amazing how quickly you can feel that change in temperature. So the cheetahs must be really, really happy with that today. The fact that even when there is sun, it's not that hot because of the wind, but then when the breeze comes in combined with the overcast feel of the sun being blocked, it is nice and cool. Then you almost crave the sun again. So this is going to be perfect conditions for them to literally hang out the whole day, feed when they want to, and hide when they want to. Earth lover, it's nice to hear from you again. I hope that you are keeping well. I know you enjoyed the cave expedition we did yesterday quite a lot. No, believe it or not, Morgan and I are not on a separate continent to everywhere else. I know that it is looking sunny here, but we are in a different province of South Africa, and South Africa is rather large. Whoa! I don't know if you heard that or saw that, but an entire swarm of bees has just come in. Just give me a second, Earth lover, and then I'll finish answering you. I'm just going to respond on the radio. Wild Earth standing by. Martin for Wild Earth. I can hear a vehicle coming, so we're just going to preempt them accidentally driving past the cheetahs and in front of us. Oh, that's a lot of static. All right. So, okay, they have stopped. Yay. That's helpful. Sorry, stations, I'm just getting static on the radio. Martin, I think that's you that's just joined the lock. You're welcome to stay on that side. We are covered on the northern side of you behind a bush. So everyone is super respectful of the camera, luckily. I think that's what he was asking. He doesn't want to bump into us and accidentally drive in front of us. But we are quite well hidden behind a bush, so no one can actually see us when they're coming up from the southern side. Okay, Earth Lover, back to your question now that the bees have left, luckily, because Morgan and I both had a mini panic there. So we are in the far south of South Africa. We are in a different province, and we have had some adverse weather yesterday in particular, but it definitely looks like there is more rain building up. We are expecting a little bit, but we won't get it nearly as bad as where Djuma is, because they are directly almost in line with Madagascar off the eastern coast of South Africa, and being far northeast, they're almost in the middle of the cyclone's path. Down here, we're just getting the spin-off. So lucky for Morgan now, we are safe. We are nice and dry for now. The conditions are pretty good, actually. Yes, we just have to worry about swarms of bees, because we seem to have found every swarm of bees on the property in the last 2 days. Even this morning at our house, we were standing getting ready to do checks, and there were just bees everywhere. So you have to be careful where you step and those kinds of things. But yeah, we are obviously quite worried about our team further north and all of our friends up there. Most of my friend group is up there because I spent the last 6 years up there, if not longer. So we are a bit worried about them. I have seen videos. It looks absolutely terrifying. Those videos, you can't even see a few meters in front of you. The rain is so hard. So we hope everyone is staying safe up there, and I'm sure everyone understands why. Perhaps it's not the safest to be out in those conditions, but also not really possible at the best of times. But luckily for us, we're just getting the spin-off on the far southern end. But you almost can't believe that it's the same place. Although I suppose South Africa is so big. South Africa is a massive area. You might have ridiculous weather conditions, even for us on the property next door, and it might not affect us. We know that much from the rain. Sometimes the properties directly around us will get absolutely flooded and we get nothing here at Amakhala. So South Africa really is very, very big. In comparison to other countries, we are actually bigger than some of the continents, are we not? Yeah. Sorry, Martin? Yes, of course you can. Of course you can. Morgan's just going to show you the bush very, very quickly because Martin wants to come on through. So we're going to make some space for him to move in front of us. All right, you're welcome to come through, Martin. There we go. So we chat to everyone, obviously, while we're here. They know we're often live, and so we make these adjustments absolutely fine. I'm just going to have a... No worries. Absolutely. Do you want me to reverse a bit for you?
That'd be great.
Sure. No worries at all. No worries. Alright, so I'm just going to pull us a little bit backwards for Martin. I'll keep the engine running and we'll just pull straight back forwards. Okay, maybe for now we'll switch off. Okay, so we're just letting him pass by in front of us. There we go. He is gone. I shall pull back forward. If you would please be so kind as to repeat that question for me. I was busy chatting to Martin and didn't actually hear the question because I was... Oh, the cheetah's back up. Yay, that's a bonus. Didn't actually hear what you were saying because I was trying to focus on Martin. There goes the cheetah. Ooh, Lolly, this is a really cool question. So, rain, but pretty much any weather change affects animals a lot more than it does us, and they are just incredible. They can sense the weather coming long before we can. We often rely on weather reports, unless you've been in the same area for a long time and you can see it coming from a mile off. Animals will sense pressure changes, they sense moisture changes in the air, they sense changes in wind direction coming, and they can preempt it by a few days, sometimes even as much as a week or two. Elephants in particular are very sensitive to this, but all animals react to weather changes. Rain in particular, it will depend on which species you're looking at. So if we go with elephants, elephants like the rain. Because they're so big, they struggle to keep cool. They're not really going to be too affected by rain. They can keep themselves warm. They're mammals. So they quite enjoy the rain. However, if there's going to be a flash flood like the cyclone coming in, you will actively notice elephants going into the valleys and up onto the top. They find higher ground. And there are many beautiful stories of elephants preempting those kinds of floods coming and actively moving other animals to higher ground with them. And this is particularly prevalent in places like, for example, where you have animals in captivity that were maybe going through a rehabilitation process and you've got to move them out of their enclosures to higher ground. Elephants have been used in many instances to move other animals themselves without being prompted to higher ground. So elephants are particularly good at that. But normal rain, absolutely no change. They will actually enjoy it. It gives them a nice bath and gives them the opportunity to move far and get water while feeding on a normal day where they would normally be resting in the shade. For something like these cheetahs are very averse to wet weather. They don't like water. They struggle in anything more than even ankle deep water. They do not like it at all. So it is quite rare to find cheetahs in water swimming or crossing through rivers, things like that. It obviously has to happen. It's inevitable at some point, sometime, but they don't enjoy it. So with rainy weather, what these three would do is they would climb straight into the middle of a thicket and try and hide from it. If it's a very light drizzle, fine, no problem. It gives them a chance to clean their coats, keep them cool. But as soon as it starts becoming more consistent than a very light drizzle or mist, they'll disappear. They move straight into the thickets, anywhere that they can try and avoid as much water making contact with their skin as possible. So it'll be different for every single animal. Waterbuck also like the rain. Buffaloes and rhinos quite like the rain. Lions will tolerate it to a degree. Leopards will tolerate it to a degree, and then they also move for the thickets. And of course, all of the prey species, all of the herbivores, the antelopes, warthogs, eland, kudu, giraffe, even to an extent, zebras, they'll tolerate it to a degree and then they also start moving. But you'll find they often have to go to open areas. So they have to tolerate the rain purely because it's safer for them to still be in an open area than to find a thicket to hide underneath. Because the predators might use the rain as a cover for hunting. They might be more active than usual. So it's going to depend on the area that you are in. It's going to depend how hard the rain is. And it's going to depend, on exact conditions in different places. In Djuma, you might find a whole bunch of impalas and things huddled together on quarantine. The very big open area right in the middle. And they'll tolerate the rain purely because the density of spotted hyenas, leopards and lions is so large, and even wild dogs, that they just don't feel safe going into the thickets. But in a cyclone like is approaching now, you'll probably find they're in the thickets because that's just too severe. It's too severe for even the predators to hunt. So it really will change situation to situation. But some like it, some hate it, some use it to their advantage, some get really scared. But they can preempt it by quite a way off. So lucky for them, they generally have a bit of time to prepare. I can hear bees again. Can't see them, but I can hear them somewhere. Alright, so for now we're back to playing the patience game. We're just going to see if the cheetahs decide to get up. It has been, 2 hours of them mostly being in the bush. So, and we don't know how long they were just staying in the bush before that, because we only got here at about 8:30 or just after 8:30. So at some point you might find they'll get up and either go for water or come back to the carcass. With our luck, they might stay in the bush. But the point is, it's nice to be here and know that they are here. And also to spend an extended period of time with any animal is an absolute treat. Even if you can't see it perfectly, the fact that we are sitting with 3 male cheetahs who've managed to take down what we think is potentially a young kudu, but we're not sure, that is quite mind-blowing in itself. And this is really the beauty of Escape to Nature and I suppose just what we do anyway on a daily basis. If we are lucky enough to spend a longer amount of time with any animals, it is so cool. Because the waiting is worth it when we get to witness these slightly bigger windows into their lives than the average kind of 10 to 15 minutes. Can you hear the buzzing? There's definitely still a bee or two hanging around us. Luckily the main swarm moved on in front of Martin. Yes, not a massive swarm anymore. Let's just hope they stay that side and don't come back. I suppose the one comforting thing about having a whole swarm of bees coming through is that, well, there's a couple of comforting things. The one is that at least we can drive away, provided we're not making it worse. The other is that bees don't really tend to attack unless provoked, because a bee sting ends the bee's life, physically rips out some of its internal organs, And the others, at least we have one EpiPen in case we do get stung. But anyway, hopefully they've left us for now and aren't coming back. For now, we'll stay with the cheetahs and just see what they decide to do, and we'll send you over to Andrew for some more cheetah action in the north.
Thanks, Tess. Not too much action happening here. This female cheetah does roll over every now and then. I think the tail is more awake than anything else, but that can be sort of understandable given the situation of the heat today. Very different heat out here. But I was just looking at a little bit of this cheetah's history. So she's about 3 years old, and she did have a brother. Unfortunately, her brother actually got killed by a spotted hyena not too long ago, in fact. Shame she's enjoying that little piece of shade. She's very vigilant, as you can see, constantly looking around, just making sure that no danger is approaching. And if she continues to be vigilant like she is now for the rest of her life, she's got a brilliant chance of avoiding some of those competitors. There she's up again. Wow. Where are you going to go? Are you going to sit? So she did hear something. Whatever got her attention, it caused her to stand up immediately. Okay, I see what she spotted. So there is an impala that is wandering around here. Distance-wise, from her to that impala, maybe about 70 meters. Let's just watch what's going to happen here. Bear in mind, things can really unfold very quickly when it comes to predator and prey. So if there is anybody that is watching, you never know, maybe something is going to happen. And if you are sensitive to these things, just be careful here. So this is sort of what I really appreciate about these escape to nature experiences, is that we can find something and really spend a lot of time here. So we've been here for just over an hour already. And by doing that, I mean, if you're going to see anything amazing when it comes to sort of like action, not necessarily hunts and things like that, but activity, your best chance of that is actually to spend as much time with your animal as you can. Every now and then people do get lucky. They come and they spend maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes with a specific animal, and in that time frame all the action happens. But invariably you're going to need to just stick around and watch, much like we're doing now. Okay, so just another thing I want to mention to you all is we are looking for some user-generated content, which essentially is if you have any awesome videos, if you've ever been on safari or you've captured something amazing, we would like to incorporate that in what we do, and we are definitely providing a platform for that. If your videos are really spectacular, we can definitely pay for it. and you can earn yourself some bucks, which is quite nice. So nothing for free. If it's great content and we can include it in what we do, we will pay you for it. And now if you want to know more on that, you can just go onto the website and you must just click on that content creator option, and you can find out more. Okay, so she's moving. Okay, she is probably going to go right behind our vehicle now. Okay, so she is probably looking for another patch of shade. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start up and see if we can't just turn the vehicle around. Now we've got to be careful here. There are copious amounts of stumps around here, and a stump has been known to destroy tires, and we don't want that today. Okay, just going to back up. Okay, where has she gone? She's still standing at the moment. Ooh, Rian, how are we going to do this? You think this way is better? Okay, let's do that then. So I am in high range at the moment, and with all these sharp turns, it's not very good for the ball joints of the vehicle. So I'm just going to get out of high range. There we go. Alright, let's go through here. Now there is some sickle bush that is growing here. We need to be careful of that. Sickle bush have got these pretty sharp, sturdy spines. And we can get a flat wheel from that. Oh, she is really moving a little bit of distance here. So she is essentially straight ahead of us now. Switch off here, Rian. And then she's going to lay down there. Okay. Let's just see where she's going to go. Wow, she's heading into some really thick stuff now. So I think what she's doing is she wants to keep an eye on those impala, where they're going. Yo, Rian, how are we going to do this now? Should we go through here and then sort of horseshoe around there?
Oh, straight through here then.
Straight through here? Okay. Okay, I'm just going to start up now. Okay, so I have temporarily lost visual of her. Rian, what do you think of this gap here? All the way. Should we try it? Is there something there? No, never mind. So just to give you some information when off-road driving, we are off-roading in a non-sensitive area. The rehabilitation rate out here is very quick, hence the reason why we off-road. But now the rule is, whatever vehicle tracks we make going in here is the vehicle tracks we must use going out here. So we're not going to just drive around the bush and kill plants. That's not what we do. She's just going further on. Oof, the bush is getting tricky now. Okay, I'm just going to see if I can try catch up to her. There is a little bit of a gap I'm going to utilize here. Ooh. I'm sure you all heard that cracking sound. That's the stump I was talking about. she is right ahead of us now. Turn more, yeah. Okay. How's that, what? Is that good? Back up.
Other one.
Okay, so this will do. There we go. Excuse me. Okay, let's just try and figure out what exactly she's planning on doing, if it's going to be moving or laying down. Oopsie, sorry. She just stood on a thorn. Donovan, you're very welcome. It's an absolute pleasure. Yeah, it's nice to spend quite a bit of time watching and studying an animal, and yeah, it's good for both parties, yourselves and for me and Rian. It's getting tricky now, so she is still there. She's just gone behind the bush. Rian, should I start up? Okay, we're just going to go a little bit forward, see if we can still see her. I can just see a portion of her tail, but if she goes further in there, it's going to be very tricky for us to follow her, and we might just need to leave the area. Okay, so she's just past the sickle bush here. Now she's going to need to sort of be, what's the word, cunning, if that's the right word, in a way. She's going to need to walk from point to point like she's doing now without irritating too much of the birds, because the birds will see her from time to time, give alarm calls, and by doing that, the other animals in this environment are going to pick up those alarm calls and understand that there's a threat in the area. Now we know that predators, they do best with the element of surprise, and often birds give away that surprise. Same goes with us when we go on foot on walking safaris and places that I have done walking safaris. You got to avoid the birds when doing dangerous game approaches, because they will let those animals know that you are on approach. So she is yawning. She might just lay down there. Let's just see if she does. Okay, so she has laid down, which is a nice little spot there because we can still access this gap here. Let me start up. How's that, Red? Yeah, boy. Just laying in the shade on the floor now. I think she is pretty much going to stick around there. It's a nice little spot there. Grass level is quite high. Good shade.
Welcome back to Ukukuyo. How incredible is it seeing a cheetah midday? Of course, no, they are mostly active during the day, we do learn. But what a fantastic sighting. We will get Andrew back as soon as we can. As you can see, it's still booming here at Okokoyo. And if you are just joining us, welcome to Escape to Nature, and thank you so much for spending your Sunday with us. How wonderful that we get to watch all of these beautiful animals. And it really has been a productive day. As I say, here at Okokoyo, you can see there is a lot of activity happening once again with all of the Abdom storks, zebras, wildebeest, springbok. But we've also got a cheetah in Madikwe with Andrew and Rian. And we also have the three amigos with Tess and Morgan in Amakala. So it really has been such a phenomenal day. Trishala has shown us some zebras as well. I almost said cheetahs again. We're not that lucky. Trishala has had some zebras in Kariga. And all in all, it really just has been a spectacular day. But my name is Lisa. I'm the waterhole naturalist. And of course, I'm keeping an eye on our waterholes, making sure I don't miss out on anyone that I could potentially share with you. And as always, we are live, we are interactive, and we love hearing from you. So please do send through your questions, your comments, suggestions. And again, this really is a time just to sit back, relax, spend some time with all of the animals, not have to constantly, wait for action or something to happen, just to really observe them and the different interactions they have, the different behaviors they go through. It really is incredible what we get to do on Escape to Nature. But as I said, all of these beautiful black birds that you are seeing right now, these are all Abdom storks. And we've been seeing them for quite a few days now. Now, these are one of the seasonal migrators. They are in fact the smallest of all the storks in Africa. And if you are not too familiar with them, definitely go look them up. It's a rather pretty bird. I mean, it's not as impressive as the saddle-billed stork, but it's also not as horrible as the marabou stork. But they really are, as I say, they follow the rain and they wait for insect outbreaks. So right now, I don't know how much luck they will be having with all of the dryness in Okokoyo, and I've been watching this for quite some time now today. And I was really sort of trying to wrap my mind around it. Why would they just be coming back, if there is no rain? And perhaps they do know that there is still rain coming. But if you think about it, if there is rain in an area, there's an abundance of insects and fluctuation in vegetation becoming green, flowers coming out, berries, all of that in terms of all the animals, but specifically these birds. They can't just give up after a couple of days of not having rain. So they will wait around, see if there's some more rain coming, and then eventually, they'll sort of make the decision of, all right, let's move east, carry on with our journey, and then hopefully get some rain elsewhere. But as I say, the fact that they were still hanging around, I saw a European bee-eater earlier on as well, and they too are seasonal migrators. So hopefully, we will get some rain. It is still raining in Juma. I wish I could tell you something else. However, again, we are not complaining. It is just becoming greener and greener and greener by the day. And I actually, one of my managers actually asked me last week, can you please just do a summary as to what you love most about all of the waterholes? And I went through the email again and I thought, wow, Okokoyo's description is probably twice or thrice as long as, the others. And I really just realized how much I love this location. It is for me, it's a very revelating location, but also very humbling. Every single day is different, and although this is the scene we've been more or less having for a couple of days now, we really do have days where it's super quiet, and then we have days where it's very, very busy. And just like anywhere else really in the bush, expect the unexpected. You never know what's going to happen. So whether it's some elephants coming past, lions, or really some of the migratory birds that we've been able to observe, it really is just such a fascinating waterhole. And I'm so excited for the rest of the year as well to sort of monitor it, because I actually log the sightings each and every single day in terms of what I see at the waterholes, and it's going to be very, very interesting to sort of take that over 12 months and see what the variation in the animal patterns and movements and everything have been. Particularly now with the zebras, it's just incredible. As one group leaves, the next are coming. Constantly. What was that, Springbok? Got very excited there for a moment. But all of these birds that we are seeing around now, they are just looking and waiting for some insects. Not doing a very good job, if you ask me. You have to physically look, not just stand around and wait for something to happen. But what do I know? Alrighty, well for now, I'm going to send you back to Andrew and his cheetah.
Thank you, Lisa, and good luck with your water holes that side. We've re-angled very nicely now, and here we can see it's quite a bit of detail here. Now, if this female cheetah does decide to walk off any further than where she is now, and she goes into that thicket there, we've already made the choice. We're not going to follow her anymore. It's too thick, the bush. We don't want to damage any of the bush in there. And then also the vehicle, we need to take care of this vehicle at all times, as it belongs to one of the lodges. But for now, she's very stationary, and I'm enjoying the little spot where she's at now, because we can see her quite well. Oops, she looks like she's moving. I don't know what she's smelling in there. A shame. Yeah, she's very active. Thank you, Daryl. It's a fantastic sighting. Absolutely a fantastic subject. And a combination of that with good cam up, this is what we have got for you. Or had for you, should I rather say. But she's actually rather active considering the time of the day. There's just a little bit of a glimpse of her walking through there. So as you can see, the bush there is very tight. So we'll watch her disappear. And when she disappears, she will be all by herself. And who knows, this afternoon, later on, perhaps we'll come back and see what she's gotten up to. But I can promise you this, it's going to be very difficult to relocate her this afternoon because she's moving quite a bit now. Who knows where she's going to land up. But one thing can be for sure, she's going to get thirsty, especially this time of the day walking around. And I should imagine the pan that is just to your far left-hand side, which you can't see, she'll go and drink from. Okay, so I have totally lost visual of her, and we're going to let her go. Okay, I think let us head back to Lisa on the dam cam for now, while we get back onto the road and try and look for something else.
Thank you, Andrew. Really appreciate it. But hopefully, she will find what she is looking for, whether it's a meal or whatever her mission is currently. As you can see, it is still booming here at Okukuyo. We've now got springboks, zebras, Abdom storks, oryxes, our Egyptian goose family in the water, which I am happy to report all 6 of them are still alive and well. But I'm just waiting to see what other visitors will we get today. I'm really hoping for some elands. I've only seen elands at this waterhole a mere 2 times. So you never know. Hopefully with all of the dryness, we'll get a lot more different species. But as I said, that is not necessarily ideal for the animals, because that is definitely indication for us that water is now becoming scarce for them in the rest of Etosha. So as I've mentioned a couple of times, The Abdom stalks are a first for me. Not today, but initially when I saw an Abdom stalk here in Okukoya, and it was actually just one. Oh, the zebras must calm down. We do not want to see another injury. Sorry, I just want to see if they are going to continue with their shenanigans. Right, they're calm for now. But yes, the first Abdom stalk I saw for the first time in my life was actually here in Okukoya a couple of weeks ago, and it was just one. It was before we actually had this massive arrival of the huge flocks. But what's interesting about them in particular, with the Abdom stalks, was I wondered, what does Abdom mean? It sounds a lot like abdomen, but of course it is spelled differently. So the reason they are actually called this is because an Egyptian governor of the 1800s by the name Al-Arno Abdom Bey, he not discovered them, but he apparently had a big love for them, and that is why they are called the Abdom stalks, which again is interesting. It's you learn something new every day. But this one, as I said, the smallest one of the stalks, and a lot of people tend to confuse them with your black stalks. Black stalks, from what I know and understand, do not arrive in such big flocks. These ones are the Abdom stalks, and again, if you are not familiar with them, definitely go research them. They've got this beautiful blue plumage in their actual face as well. But remember, we are live, and of course this is interactive, and I really am looking forward to hearing from all of you. So if you are watching on our app or on our website, you can register to ask your questions. Let me know what you would want to see, what you are looking forward to, or what you would like to discuss. However, if you do generally watch our other shows on YouTube, please do subscribe so we can notify you of all the other amazing content that we have, just so that you do not miss out on anything. But as I say, please do send through any questions, comments, suggestions. We are always keen on hearing from all of you. Actually trying to wrap my head around how many Abdon stalks are actually I don't think I can successfully count them though. But I'll try. For now I'm going to send you over to Tess so we can see what herself and Morgan are up to.
I have been trying to avoid the rain that just kind of, it was as if the sky just opened up directly onto me. And it's been spitting a little bit, and then also trying to hide from the wind. So I found this cool little spot, and you are looking at the flowers of a Karoo boer bean. So you might be familiar with a weeping boer bean and a dwarf boer bean that we get up in Djuma. Quite a lot of them, in fact. But this here is a Karoo boer bean. It looks really, really similar. The only way I can really tell them apart is the kind of the shape of the tree. This tree is very scraggly, but it has that same boer bean shape. So the Latin name of a boer bean is or a Karoo boer bean is Scotia afra. And the weeping boer bean is Scotia brachypetala. That's the one we get up in Djuma quite a bit. I just want to show you the seed pods, which is a great way to be able to identify them. So if we have a look at this seed pod, you can see it's got a nice kind of lime pinky hue to it. It's really, really pretty. So that's something that I would see with a Karoo boer bean. And you can probably also see is I do love me some lichen. Now I need to find my flower again. Where are you? There we go. So it's called, or sometimes it's, or gosh, Trishala, let me think before I speak. The weeping boer bean has that name because the flowers drip a copious amount of nectar, lots and lots. If you stand under it when it's in full flower, nectar can actually fall onto you. It just kind of drips off of the flowers. But it's true for most of the boer beans. Forest boer bean, not as much, but these ones definitely. So forest boer bean is a lot smaller and shrub-like, and the color of the flowers are a little bit different. It's more kind of a blush, quite light compared to the other three, the weeping, dwarf, and Karoo boer bean, that have these beautiful red flowers. And of course, because they drip so much nectar, they attract lovely sunbirds. Unfortunately, these ones not going to attract sunbirds just yet because they're not open yet. But they will open soon. And then, hopefully, we can sit here. Well, I don't think I'll be here, but you could sit here with Nick once it starts to open in a couple weeks. And maybe you'll see some sunbirds come down to have a drink of the nectar, which would be lovely. I also want to show you some great bits of lichen. This here is just a beaut. Look at this. So this is a golden hair lichen. it gets that color from acquiring pigments from around it. So essentially what a pigment is, it's a molecule that has a certain shape, and that shape reflects certain wavelengths of light. So it's not as, it's exactly the same as anything else. It's just the shape that's causing the color or the light to reflect in a certain way. So chemically, some organisms can adjust existing molecules chemically for it to reflect certain colors of light and then give a certain color to themselves. And that's what's happening here, because remember, it's not really eating pigment from anywhere. So if you're unsure what a lichen is a symbiotic relationship between an algae or cyanobacteria and a fungus. And the cyanobacteria or fungus, cyanobacteria or algae, can photosynthesize, so it can provide carbohydrates and sugars to the fungus, and the fungus provides structure and substrate. I know that my lichen is not as exciting as seeing cheetah and other cool animals, but I think they also deserve some attention, considering that we see them all over the place. Every time we zoom into an animal, we're seeing lichen covered branches, so they definitely deserve some attention, especially when I'm trying to hide from the rain and the wind, and I can pay more attention to the smaller things. It's actually estimated that about 6 to 8% of the planet's surface is covered by lichen. That's a lot of lichen. But it makes sense because they can persist in so many different environments on all sorts of things, because they don't need roots. Remember, they're not a plant. So they don't need to put down roots somewhere. They can basically just exist anywhere, as long as those two components come together successfully: the algae or cyanobacteria and the fungus. Now the other lichen that you're seeing kind of along the actual branches is a ruffle lichen, powdered ruffle lichen to be exact. Same thing. This is all an example of commensalism. So the plant, the tree, the host, this Karoo boabine, nothing bad is happening to it because of the presence of the lichen. It's not detrimental to the tree at all. The lichen is just using it as a spot to anchor onto. So when you have that kind of relationship where one party benefits and the other is unaffected, it's called commensalism. I love it. This is actually a really good spot to look for spiders as well, because it's me and I like spiders. Last night, against the glass door in my room, there was a humongous rain spider. Huge. I asked it if it would like to come out with me this morning, and that if it would, it should hang around in that same spot. And in the morning it was gone. But in the morning I also saw 2 Neisner Turaco come and land at my door, so that was amazing. And I thought it would be a sign that it was going to be an exceptional day. And though I wouldn't like to say that the rain and the wind has made it less thin, so kind of has, just a tiny bit. Okay. Now down on the bottom here, we've got a type of lichen that is very, very common in Amakhala. It's called an old man's beard. Here it's very small. There are more densely packed areas where it's a little bit more prevalent, but at Amakhala you see it all over the place. Same story. Lichen. Symbiotic relationship. Anyway, let me send you back over to Andrew. I wonder if he's managed to relocate his cheetah.
Thanks, Trish. Enjoy your plants that side. We are enjoying this sighting. Look at this. Okay, so I'm just gonna leave you to enjoy this. I'm just gonna cue a moment of silence and let's watch this magnificent sighting. Incredible. So we actually arrived here at this pan and there was one elephant bull that was busy spraying himself with mud. But while we were here, moments later this small family group of elephants came by and you can see they're having fun here. They're really enjoying this mud wallowing. Now this is actually one of my favorite activities that elephants do, is the mud wallowing, because they do all sorts of things. They go into the water and they lie on their sides and they spray each other. Sometimes they even play with each other. I just needing to keep my eye on an individual elephant here, sort of parallel to us on the left side, trying to go behind the vehicle, but she seems to have stopped. Just incredible. Jack, indeed. Splish Splash. What's that song that I used to watch on TV back in the day? That adverts. Was it Splish Splash? I was taking a bath. Oh, look at that. Thanks, Max. Shame Max is he's helping me out with the words to the song there. It's good to hear you having a good time there, Max. Much like these elephants having a good old time, and I hope you all are too. Man, so we have come to this pan a few times, and actually Rian made the comment to me yesterday that we haven't really seen too much happening at this specific pan. Oh, hello. There's a bit of a trumpet there. So yeah, up until now, from my experience here at Madikwe, this specific pan is definitely, we've seen the most action now at this pan together, myself and Rian. But previously, I believe you had quite a few cool sightings here. Did you see lions here at all?
Yeah, the kill right there.
Oh, right, eh? Oh, wow. Was that with Steve?
Yeah.
Nice one. So Steve and Rian had a lion sighting here with the kill. Now when you look at a pan like this, it doesn't look like much, but actually this is really in the center of quite a hub. Every day we check this pan just to make sure. Hey there, Anna. It's a big part of, you know, some of the animals that are out here, especially these animals that are that have got limited fur on the body. Now you see this with warthog, we see this with elephants, we see it with buffalo, etc. The sun is very harsh, and this goes for throughout the world. We always have to be careful of the sun. Oh, a little bit of a trumpet there. There's a young elephant trying to trumpet there. But here in Madikwe, I can promise you now, the sun here is very different. I haven't experienced a heat like this. The sun is very harsh, and it's a dry heat as well. And for the first time in my life, my skin is really, really getting badly burnt out here. And because of this, animals like elephants and warthogs and buffaloes, etc., very important that they get into these mud wallows and cover their body with the mud. It helps with parasites, but it also helps with just creating a barrier against the sun and their skin. And this is their sunblock. Yeah, sometimes when they're in the mud wallows, you do hear the trumpeting, and a lot of people might think, okay, it's distress, but it's not really trumpeting, it's a vocalization, but it's elephants having fun. I've mentioned before that situations like this where they get into the water and you can see it right now, it's very much a celebration for them. It's a favorite part of their day. This is a way that they're going to socialize with each other. You look at those two young elephants playing with each other in the mud there. And when they're in the mud like this, sometimes they'll wrestle with each other and climb on each other's bodies.
Wild Earth family, we have some exciting news. we are developing a brand new show. Live Look Back is a chance for you to look back at some of our best sightings from the past with your favorite naturalist who is live and can interact with you in real time. We would love our explorers to join the first rehearsal on the 26th of February with James Hendry to give us your feedback. Live Look Back, allowing us to bring you live content, rain or shine.
This is a great example just to show you how the wrinkles on their skin is very important and how the mud gets trapped between those wrinkles, and therefore it's very good for thermal regulation. Oh, just like that, eh? It looks like it's a wrap. Let's see where they go. Sorry about the ball. Absolutely, Charlie, and well noticed. This will strengthen their bonds. This is a moment of their day where they can stop those main activities, whether it be moving around or feeding, come to a water source and really strengthen their bonds. Now with elephants, it's all about social bonds and maintaining those social bonds. It's all very well if you have a social bond like ourselves. It's all very well if we have a friend. But we need to maintain that friendship. And that's exactly what's happening here, maintaining of their bonds. Well, if we had come here moments later, we probably would have missed all of this mud wallowing. Just goes to show how right time, right place, right situation. Okay, they seem to be moving off there. Just like that, they melt away in the bush so quickly. I think, Rian, let's show everybody the stump over here that they seem to be using quite a bit. Now there is a stump here that we have seen elephants scratching their bodies against almost every time we've been here and watched mud wallowing. Now you'll notice how polished that stump is. So that's not from just one time. It's elephants using this particular stump over and over and over again. It becomes so beautifully rounded at the end, nice and smooth. What a brilliant elephant sighting that was. I believe Tess has got a brilliant landscape she wants to show you, so let's go and have a look.
Thank you, Andrew. I love it when we find those very distinctive looking tree stumps that animals use as rubbing posts. There's quite a few in Amakhala. We found a great one the other day with the buffaloes, which is not far at all from where we are now. As you can see, we have left the cheetah and we are looking at a beautiful landscape looking east over Amakhala, northeast. And it's a really gorgeous day. These patches of sun breaking through the clouds, these huge dark patches where the clouds are still covering, and of course just stunning greenery. We are hoping the buffalo or giraffes or something decide to come and surprise us by walking in on one of these crests in the thickets. But for now, we're just taking a breather. The cheetahs were still flat inside of the bush. We could no longer see them, so we figured we've only got 2 days left. We might as well come out and see if there's anything else to surprise us here at Amakhala Game Reserve. Also, I think we're clinging on to the fact that neither of us are going to be back here in a while, so we want to take in the scenery while we can. We're a combination of happy and sad that we're leaving. It's always nice to go and leave and catch up with your loved ones and your friends. But at the same time, it's very sad to leave a spectacular place and always sad to leave the bush. And I think especially Amakhala just has a way of creeping up on you. We haven't had a dull day yet where we've gone, what are we going to look for today? Every day has been spectacular. I'm sure you can hear the wind is nice and consistent, so everything is very happy with this weather, including the plants. The wind is blowing in some moisture, and they have little pores on the underside of their leaves where they can lose water or gain water depending on what they need. And of course also bringing in some rain clouds, so hopefully the soil will be getting a nice wet layer very soon. I can't imagine it any more green than it is now. Jim, I wholeheartedly agree with you. Amakhala is one of my favorite places in the world at this point. And that's quite a lot to say because I have traveled a bit. And I love South Africa and I love the Lowveld, but Amakhala just, it hits differently. I don't know. This place is incredible. Oh, what? How has our old dead tree not moved yet, Morgan? This is shocking. It's clearly having a bit of a lazy time this month because this dead tree has not moved from the time we first spotted it. It looks like it's a dead sweet thorn. Sweet thorns are structured a little bit differently to milkwood, which is the other prominent tree species here, especially at around that height. That's a decent few meters tall. The milkwood has more of a thick, multi-stemmed base. The sweet thorns have one solid, thinner base with lots of weird shaped branches popping out the top in every direction. So I would think that that's a dead sweet thorn. And that one you'll probably find died because it reached the end of its life. You can see it is at least a meter above everything else, next to the at least next tallest sweet thorn, but at least 2 meters above the average height of the shrubbery here. So sweet thorn has quite a short lifespan compared to all the other plants, the woody plants anyway. Not like the jackalberries and marulas and nyala trees that you find in the Lowveld that can live for hundreds of years. These only live to about 50 or 60 years old, so quite a short lifespan for a woody plant. I'm sure you've heard me say it many times, but in case you are interested and it is your first time hearing it, the Latin name for this tree is Vachellia carew. Used to be an acacia. Acacias have all been changed now. We no longer have acacia trees. They're still the same trees, but the name has changed. It is no longer Acacia carew. It is now Vachellia carew. Changed to Vachellia and Senegalia. Vachellia straight thorn, Senegalia hooked thorns. But still a prominent favorite food of the giraffes. Insects and birds as well. And this one reached the end of its life, I'm guessing quite naturally. Doesn't look like it's been ring-barked by elephants, which isn't very common anyway with sweet thorn, otherwise we'd have none left. It looks like it just got old and died. Very nice natural life cycle out here that you don't really see that often further north because of the population of elephants in places like the Lowveld. They tend to end trees' lives quite a bit early. Zachary, believe it or not, yes, lichens grow on dead trees and live trees. They even grow on old skeletons if they are tall enough. So there is lichen growing on this tree. You can see it's got a whitish surface to it. And that is all that very leafy, frilly looking lichen. They can also actually grow old man's beard as well on dead trees, but you'll probably find lichens are more common, and because of the amount of moisture in the air here, it is the perfect environment to see lichens on almost every surface. And I say this because we went past the conservation center yesterday, and they have an old elephant skeleton and an old giraffe skeleton mounted. And the giraffe skeleton is mounted upright, so you can see how tall it is, as is the elephant, but of course the giraffe is taller. And all over the skeleton, there are lichens growing. So it looks like a very frilly giraffe skeleton. It has been there for many, many years though, so that explains why the lichens have taken a liking to it. Haha. Morgan's trying to gouge his ears out from that joke. But definitely they'll grow on anything that they can that gives them enough height to get enough sunshine and moisture. So even in death, everything here still gives life. There's still nutrients, there's still the ability to use it as a height and moisture advantage. It's always a constant recycling system. It's almost a perfect system until you introduce things that shouldn't necessarily be introduced, like invasive species, or even humans coming in to cause destruction or habitat loss. Luckily, this is one of the very few protected areas in the southern part of South Africa. This was, I believe, the first protected area in the Eastern Cape. Amakala's got some great history to it. One thing I did actually want to point out, which we were going to point out in the cave yesterday, speaking of history and speaking of amazing things, if you look into the far distance, you'll see some mountains. And what I want to do, that way, yeah. So what I want to do is tell you about some of those mountains and what was found there. So there in the distance you can see the mountains. There's a bit of a reddish hue to it. That's that Aeolian soil that's blown in from the Sahara. But we were chatting yesterday in the cave about the different rock types and soil types. Majority is sandstone, like we saw in the cave. But there's also metamorphic quartzite as well. And these valleys, hey? These valleys are filled with the potential of finding fossils. Because of how many mountains and valleys there are. These mountains, a lot of them were formed from sand compacting. Sometimes it's even been events like rivers flowing and sediment settling at the bottom of the valley, so sedimentary rock, which includes things like sandstone, often sedimentary. And then that metamorphic rock is formed by other methods. So this is great for preserving fossils. If you don't know how they are created, it's basically when an animal dies and is covered by any form of sediment. It can be mud, it can be sand, it can be all sorts of things. Water even can preserve fossils, and then that hardens and it preserves the animal inside of that sediment. And often all that ends up remaining is the bone structure, but every now and then we've been lucky and we found almost whole animals with hair, with stomach contents, with all sorts of soft tissue as well. And so that can be preserved, and as you can imagine, with so many mountains around, with so many different layers of rock and sandstone, it's a great opportunity to find fossils. And those fossils in particular are what I want to talk about, because there were some fossils found on the other side of those far mountains in a little valley on the Bushmans River called Iguanodon Hook originally, but now called, yes, on Amakhala, but now called Hill's Neck. There were some dinosaur fossils discovered. And this was a long time ago that they were discovered, but they were in fact the first dinosaur fossils ever found in South Africa and in the Southern Hemisphere in total. How mind-blowing is that? So on Amakhala, in the far distance, behind those mountains, in a little U-bend in the Bushmans River, there were two amazing geologists. One was called William Atherstone and the other was Andrew Bain. They discovered a couple of fossils along that Bushmans River valley. Now, they originally called that part of the valley Iguanodon Hook, and the reason for that is because when they found the set of fossils, which again was the first set of dinosaur fossils found in the entire Southern Hemisphere, let alone South Africa, when they first found them, they thought that there might have been an iguanodon, which was a species that lived in a very, very different age. So that era was anywhere between 133 and 145 million years ago. And that was during the Cretaceous era. And there was a mass extinction event, and we started finding fossils all over the place that date back to that same time and that same extinction event. And they found these fossils, and based on the fluted tooth structure, they thought it was an iguanodon. And so that became known as Iguanodon Hook on Amakhala. There is now an upper and lower iguanodon, which are roads in that valley, but the valley itself has changed name to Hill's Neck Valley. And originally, they obviously thought it was this iguanodon. So what they did was they packaged it up and they sent it over to the Natural History Museum, to the paleontologist Richard Owen, to identify and confirm that this was an iguanodon. And then it was from then on referred to as the Cape Iguanodon. Now, sadly, what happened was those boxes with all those fossils in, they found partial upper jaw parts, part of the skull, part of the rest of the body. They sent that all in little boxes over to the Natural History Museum, to this fantastic paleontologist, Richard Owen. And unfortunately, the parcels didn't arrive. And so a couple of years went by and some more years, and after backwards and forwards, they actually went over to the Natural History Museum and said, where is our fossil? Where are the fossils? Where have they gone? And they said, but we didn't receive any. So these parcels went missing that had the fossils in them. And 163 years went by. Both of the geologists, both Atherstone and Bain, actually died, still thinking it was a Cape Iguanodon. And one day, 163 years after they were originally sent, one of the interns was cleaning out one of the storerooms and found these boxes marked from South Africa from Atherstone and Bain. And it was the same fossils that were found in that valley many, 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 many years before. And only then, upon inspection of actually having these fossils to look at, did they discover it was not, in fact, an iguanodon. It was actually a stegosaur called Peranthodon. And so that's become the famous story of Amakhala, is the first dinosaur fossils ever found in the Southern Hemisphere were found here on Amakhala, back when it was still a farm and a valley. And so that stegosaur that they found, it's actually one of the most poorly studied dinosaur fossils in history, or dinosaur groups, because there are so few fossils that have been found that we hardly know anything about them, except for the fact that they are related to stegosaurs. But Atherstone and Bain had no idea, because they died before they ended up finding the boxes at the Natural History Museum. But a very interesting story, and probably one of my favorite stories about Amakhala and the heritage and history of this area, all in that valley in the distance. Right, history lesson done for today. I'm going to move on to another viewpoint, and I will send you over to Trishala, not Amakhala. I'll send you over to Trishala in Kariga, over those hills in the background.
I am glad to report that it hasn't rained in the last about 20 minutes. And so I'm going to try to head back down to the open plains, and hopefully the wind won't be too bad. But I've really enjoyed looking at the smaller things in this little nestled bush that I'm in. One of the smaller things that I'm looking at right now is this lovely Diosporus tree. Now, you may be familiar with the jackalberry, which is also a Diosporus, and we get it quite a lot in Djuma. But this is also a Diosporus, Diosporus simii, which can be confused with a Dicrophila, which we find in Amakhala quite a lot. But I'll get to that in a moment. If you have just joined us, welcome. I, like you see, have been doing some little things trying to hide from the wind and the rain and all of that. So I'm nestled in a nice little bush, looking at smaller things. And Madikwe and Amakhala have been very fortunate with some cheetah sightings. So thank you for joining us, and remember that we're live and interactive, so send through those questions and comments. And if you're watching on our app or on our website, you can register to do that. Now, the reason that I picked this specific Diosporus to look at is because, I should also mention that it's called a climbing star apple, if that's a little bit easier for you to remember. Can be confused with the poison star apple as well, though, but I'm pretty sure this is the climbing star apple because of the way that it's growing. It's quite close to the ground, quite stubbly, and it's in this very dense portion of Kariga. But the reason that I picked this one is that you can see there's variation in color in the leaves. So we've got the red down to the left. In the middle there's sort of a yellowy, and of course there's the dominant green. So wherever you are in the world, you're going to notice some degree of color change in the leaves. Here we don't get it as much because there isn't a huge difference or variation in temperature. We don't get super cold winters and with ice and things like that. So our plants don't really shed in the same way as plants in the northern hemisphere do, and then have a whole kaleidoscope of these different colors. So this tree is evergreen, but still it's going to be prone to changing color because the color of a plant's leaf depends on the sunlight that it's receiving. So obviously leaves are using chlorophyll, which is nice and green, to photosynthesize. But once daylight, look at this wind. Once it starts receiving less sunlight, then the tree starts to send out signals to its leaves to say, stop producing chlorophyll. And by degrading the chlorophyll, which is green, it reveals these pigments underneath that are caused by carotenoids and sometimes even anthocyanins if there's still sugar stuck in the leaf. I think it's beautiful. Anyway, I'm going to try to make my way down and hope that there's no wind, or at least find a non-windy spot. Now I'm going to send you back over to Lisa having a look at the water holes.
Thank you, Trish. Yes, we are still having a busy day at Okukoyo with all of the animals coming and going, and it really is spectacular. I know we've been seeing this for quite a few days on end now, but it really never gets old. From the springboks, really getting the last bit of rhizomes and nutrients from the grass that they can, to the stalks that are of course just hanging out. Now these stalks are definitely becoming a massive fascination for me. What is interesting though, from the first few times that I saw them, when they were flocking around like this, specifically when it was still very green and lush and fluffy, around this time of day, they would generally, the whole flock would take off. They would go into thermals above the waterhole and sort of just soar around and then come down to the waterhole again. But again, not all of them would then be actively feeding and, probing the soil for insects. They would just sort of take off and come back down, which was a very, very interesting thing for myself. However, since it's been this dry and arid and bare, they've literally just been chilling for the whole day like this. And it really just, I don't know, it sort of breaks my brain. What are they doing? Are they not hot? Because, they are, of course, for the most part, black in plumage. And as we know, anything darker, or even us as humans, when you are wearing black and you're out in the sun the whole day, it tends to be a little bit warmer. But they literally just do this. And they do move around according to rain season. So as I said yesterday, from here on they will most probably move a little bit more east or migrate more east. But again, that will all depend on the rain season. So as you can see, some of them are moving around looking for actual insects. They do not feed on carrion like the marabou storks. They are insectivores, so they will, even around the waterhole, they will look for aquatic critters. But for the most part, they are very much like your Harida ibis, probing the soil, looking for insects. But very fascinating that they just stand like this the whole day. It's almost like they are waiting for something. So several flocks of them will actually join, and then they will go to various waterholes and areas where there could be rain or has been rain, or hopefully there will be some rain, which I'm really crossing my fingers for. But as I say, it has been fascinating with regards to their behavior from now back to when it was still very green. We did have some rainfall and this location looked very, very, very different. No elephants on the horizon yet. I'm still holding my breath for today. Maybe we'll get lucky. But I know Andrea has been lucky with elephants today, but I'm going to send you back to him so we can see what else they are up to in the beautiful Madikwe.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, we've been so fortunate today, and we're very chuffed with ourselves from what we've seen up until now. So we've made our way to the far northern section now of the reserve, and we are at one of the watering holes here. Right now, we are currently watching a beautifully nice set of horns waterbuck over there. It seems like eating some of the sedge grass that's busy growing over there. I'm not actually 100% sure what it's eating there, but has climbed down the bank and actually is walking along in there eating it. It is getting very warm now, so I'm just wondering if this waterbuck might just sit in a puddle somewhere around here, or a shallow piece of this watering hole. Sometimes they do that. Lovely looking animal, this, isn't it? Afternoon, Ivan. Thanks for your question, Ivan. So, they would. Not as frequently as what they would the rest of the animals that they go for, like impala, which is a more manageable sized animal. But big packs of wild dogs will go after waterbuck, but not as common as I say, because waterbuck, I'm not going to say it's inedible, but of all the options that they have to hunt for, I would say waterbuck is probably the least nice tasting for most of the predators, but not to say that they won't go for them. Now the reason why waterbuck don't taste very well is because it's actually not the meat that tastes bad, it's actually an oil that they secrete onto their body. And so when waterbuck do enter water, when they walk out the water, you must just actually have a look in how that water just runs off the coat and the animal looks dry. So it's a very good waterproofing, but then also to help them to float in the water when they are in the water. By saying that, this oil smells very, very bad. And if you ever get a chance to see waterbuck running over the road in front of you, if you're ever on safari, you can pick up that smell. Very, very smelly. But now when predators do manage to catch waterbuck, you find that their paws do get covered in this oil. And then they open up the carcass, and then their paws are touching the meat and so on. And it's transferring the oil onto the meat. And this is what starts to spoil the meat for predators. But being opportunistic, they'll go for anything that they can get.
Full of upheaval, we all need a quiet and safe place. A place where anxiety and stress don't exist. A place where life carries on. Slip away into a brand new show exclusively on Wild Earth. Just nature.
That's very interesting. Thanks, thanks, Max. Let's take a look at this waterbuck again. Okay, so we're just going to go back to this waterbuck. So, Max, he does a lot of homework and often will do some research while he's directing, which is fantastic. I think that's brilliant. But he just mentioned to me that there's a theory that the oils on the waterbuck can also help aid in sort of the control of parasites on their body, so ticks and so on, and a semi-insect repellent. I can imagine how that would work. Just the smell of that oil is probably enough to chase insects away. But then if you are a parasite and you are walking on your host and your host is oily, that makes a lot of sense. See that little bird, there, Rian, that we saw yesterday? Okay, so we spotted a bird here. Let's take a look. So there's actually two over there. There's a blacksmith lapwing, and right next to it on the right side, it looks like a wood sandpiper. So we saw one yesterday at another dam, and I wasn't sure, but I did mention to Rian, I think it's a wood sandpiper, but we double confirmed with Ben, and Ben confirmed it for us. So I said this is a wood sandpiper, which are quite common. Just walking around, often walking on the edges, and they do lay eggs on the ground as well. So very small eggs, very well camouflaged eggs. And from what I've read, in some instances it's been noticed that some of the sandpipers lay eggs on the shoreline in animal tracks. So imagine a wildebeest or a zebra stepped in and was sort of deep enough to the liking of this bird, it may just lay an egg in that footprint. And I believe the three-banded plover has been known to do that as well. Very busy little bird. Just beautiful. Nice little surprise this. Anyway, talking about nice little surprises, let's head off to Trishala. I believe she wants to show you something.
These are the biggest mushrooms I have come across here at Karika yet. It's probably about 10 centimeters or maybe even 15 centimeters tall, and the caps are probably just a few centimeters less than that. They are huge. Get a nice close look here. Aha, there we go. So these are probably Termitomyces mushrooms. So they are, because those are the ones that we find that are quite big. I mean, that whole group of mushrooms get huge. And you might have heard the termite section at the beginning of that sentence or beginning of that word, termitomyces. Myces always refers to mycology, which is the study of mushrooms. And so termites will cultivate these mushrooms. Now remember that these are just the fruiting bodies, so these are just the fruit that come out afterwards. But what the termites really want are the hyphae. The hyphae are, if you can imagine it, like the roots of a mushroom, but also remember that a mushroom is not a plant. So termites will go out and collect the spores of these mushrooms, bring it back into their chambers, and then deposit those spores into these combs, kind of little, kind of like a little farm for mushrooms that they grow underground. And then using that hyphae, they will then go out and feed on things and excrete what they've fed on onto the mushroom's roots. Remember, they're not really roots, but I'm going to call them that. The mushroom's hyphae that they've grown underground. And then the hyphae excretes digestive enzymes to help break down those things that termites can't, like lignin, that's the hardy bits in plant material. Breaks it down, and then the termites can eat it. So they have this beautiful symbiotic relationship in that the mushrooms get a nice cozy space for their spores to germinate, and in return they're able to digest parts of the plant that termites can't and allow the termites to feed on those excretions. I think it's amazing. Not only that, they're also cultivated widely in the wild because they're very, very tasty. But I always discourage people from foraging for mushrooms unless you really know what you're doing. Look at that. Isn't that just beautiful? So fleshy. And mushrooms are a great source of protein. Hi Emma, you'd like to know if truffles are mushrooms? Truffles are a fungus and mushrooms are a fungus. So yes, remember that a mushroom is just the fruit of a fungus. Just like what we see with a truffle, that's the fruit of it. I know it doesn't really look like a mushroom when you think about a truffle, but it is a fungus. I've never been a huge fan of truffles myself, or I feel like I can't even taste it when it's on something. Mushrooms though, I love mushrooms. When I talk about mushrooms, I mean like portobellini, button mushrooms. All those mushrooms are agarics, by the way. The mushrooms that we buy in the supermarket, those fall into a group of mushrooms called agarics, and almost all the other mushrooms in that group are mildly, if not deadly, toxic. So I'm quite glad that we have white button mushrooms that don't affect us at all, but other agarics can be quite toxic. Termitomyces mushrooms though, absolutely delicious, and they get huge, really huge. Like I said, these are the largest ones that I've seen here. You might find animals eating them as well. Let me just take you across here. Animals apart from termites, that is. So we have a look here. This one has been chomped. Now I've seen the leopard tortoises go for the mushrooms, so I suspect this may be a leopard tortoise, but it could also be small antelope might give it a go, as well as hares. Amazing. It's also, so the termites that are farming these mushrooms are solely relying on the mushroom as a food source. Because all the termites can do is go and munch on things in the environment and then come back to their fungus garden, excrete what they've eaten onto the hyphae, which breaks it down, and then they eat that hyphae or the parts of the mushroom that has partially digested or fully digested actually what they've excreted, because digestion happens in a number of phases. When you break things down in your mouth by mechanical means, that's called mastication, and it's a form of mechanical digestion. And well, for you and I, we also have another enzyme in our saliva, amylase, if I remember correctly, that is specifically for breaking down starches. So if you put a piece of potato in your mouth and you don't chew, you might find that it starts to break down already, and that's because there's digestive enzymes specifically for breaking down starch in your saliva. And it's only then that it goes down, our digestive tract goes through our acidic digestive enzymes and then out the other side. So, I mean, that's pretty straightforward. For termites, not so much. They've got to eat stuff from their environments and then excrete it onto something else that helps them digest it. And then eat that thing that has digested food for them. This type of fungus farming with termites has been dated back to about 25 million years. So they've been doing this for a long, long, long time. And they've really got it right. Amazing. So it's only fungus growing termites that do this, in the group Macrotermes. I find it utterly amazing. So there's one a little bit closer to us. I'm not sure if I'll be able to show you, but let's give it a go. Aha. This one, I wonder if we'll be able to see some hyphae on it. So if you can look at the stalk, if you see at the bottom there's a lot of sand on it. That's what the hyphae is, and it's kind of, it almost looks like a collection of spider webs. White, very, very, very fine, and a little bit sticky. And you can see that a lot of the sand is stuck onto it. And then on the stalk, you can see that there's a ring. That ring is something that can be used to identify mushrooms. So apart from the way that a mushroom looks, its color and texture, you want to look at this ring around the stalk, if it's present, what it looks like, and then also the gills on the underneath of the mushroom. And within those gills lie the spores. And the spores can be a different color to what you expect. I've seen spores that were green, gray, brown, pink. But you don't exactly think that when you look at the gills underneath. That ring around the stalk has an awesome name, or what it comes from has an awesome name. So as these mushrooms start to grow up from the ground, it's kind of like an umbrella. So, you know, when it's coming up, the umbrella is closed, and it looks sort of like an egg on a stalk. And then as it grows taller and taller, the umbrella starts to open, and the egg opens up, and we have the cap. But as in the egg form, when it looks like this egg on a stalk, the covering of the mushroom is attached to the stalk. And so as the mushroom breaks free and opens up like an umbrella, this ring is left behind. So if you like mushrooms and you eat them, then you notice that sometimes they have, or some mushrooms, particularly if you're buying like these big brown mushrooms, you may find that they kind of have a peel, seems like a peel, on their caps. And you can almost peel it off. That's part of that protective layer of when it's growing up from that egg type shape out of the ground. And that whole layer is called the universal veil. I think it's such a cool name. I'm amazed at how huge these mushrooms are. I probably wouldn't be able to carry more than 2 in my hand. Even then I might break a cap. So I'm now in a slightly more dense area in the hopes to get away from the wind. As you can see, it's not going so well. But can you see how different this environment is to down in the open area? Here we have a nice sweet thorn. I don't have to tell you which one we're looking at. You can see the tons of thorns on it. Very robust. Very sharp too. And these are scattered along this area. Look at how dense. The Albany thicket is sometimes referred to as a impenetrable, and for good reason. Because definitely for a human, it's not very penetrable at all. I mean, you can try to make your way through, but you will likely snag yourself on a couple of things. I think we've been having some really nice discussions that involve relationships. So when we looked at the lichen, which we know is a symbiotic relationship between algae or cyanobacteria and fungus, so that's one type of relationship. And then we had commensalism. That's the relationship that the fungus has with the tree. And now we have this relationship between the termites and the mushrooms. When both parties benefit, it's mutually beneficial, then it's called a mutualistic relationship. But with the case of the fungus and the termites, It's an obligate mutualistic relationship. So that means that both rely on on the other to survive. So termites are exclusively eating these mushrooms, particularly the hyphae of this mushroom, and the mushrooms are exclusively being cultivated by the termites. Of course, spores could, and most definitely are right now, falling out of those gills and moving through the air. But because they have evolved alongside each other, with each other for such a long time, this kind of cultivation for termites has been going on for about 25 million years. Because of that, the termites create the perfect environment for the mushrooms to grow. And so it's very difficult for these mushroom spores to go out and fall elsewhere and grow as well as they do when they're in those little combs that the termites keep specifically for growing mushrooms. So other termite colonies can come along here and collect spores. If they're a brand new colony, come here, collect spores from this mushroom and take them back to their colony where they will germinate happily.
Did you know that explorers are watching ad-free right now? Right this very minute, they are listening to the soothing sounds of nature and seeing uninterrupted content.
I am shaking with excitement.
But don't fret, you can try out an Explorer subscription in monthly, 6-monthly and yearly options. Experience nature naturally, totally ad-free. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
If we look around on this side, I can actually show it to you a little bit better. Sorry, I have to walk over my my lounge chair slash spare tire as I move around. There's the fruit hanging right there. Alright, let me send you over to Amakhala, since I think this Diosporus has gotten quite a bit of attention.
Thank you, Trish. Always a wealth of knowledge on so many different things. I love it. I absolutely love it. Now on this side, the giraffes that we were hoping for earlier didn't come to us. We had to find them. But that's all right. They're not too far from where we had our beautiful viewpoint. And it looks like we got lucky because it is a massive journey of giraffes spread out throughout the thickets. We seem to have two youngsters that are closest to us, and it looks like a tiny little, maybe month-old giraffe, and then one that's a few months old, maybe closer to 6 months, that are hanging out together just off to the side of the main journey. And you'll probably find it's because they're quite happy to be appreciating the sun while the adults carry on feeding. It is still quite strange weather, so I don't really know if the little ones know whether they should be hiding from it or sitting out in the open. But that's something that they will learn as they go on, but also just experience day to day and pick up on. For now, when it is overcast and the wind picks up, it's quite cool, and then they might lie down just to keep themselves a little bit more warm against the ground. And then when it heats up, they might move a little bit, maybe even find some shade and carry on feeding. But for the most part, they've just been standing like statues. Very different colors on the two of them. The younger one is definitely more lightly colored, more red. The older one's slightly darker, and this is pretty normal. Giraffes do tend to get darker as they get older. I do know a few exceptions to the rule though. I've seen a very old giraffe that was very light in color, and contrary to popular belief, it's not male-female specific, it's genetic specific. So just because the one that's bigger is darker doesn't mean it's a male and the other one is a female. It's most likely due to age and genetics. But as a general rule of thumb, we find that males do tend to be a bit darker. But I've also seen a very old female that was almost black. Interesting. Now, at the age that those two are at, it is very tough to tell males and females apart because their horns, their ossicones, haven't really had time to grow and develop to the size that they will be when they're adult. Nor have they had the chance to lose the hair, the fluffy tip on the top of the horn, as males do. So we're almost exclusively at the young age of giraffes that these two are, almost exclusively rely on actually seeing reproductive parts, which we can't see right now because they're facing away from us. You'd almost need them to be side on to know. Zoe, unfortunately for giraffes, it is more common for them to get struck by lightning than any other animal, purely because they are the tallest land mammal. So anywhere out in an open clearing, especially if they're slightly higher up, a giraffe is much more likely to get struck than anything else. But in the overall odds of animals, or actually anything being struck by lightning, I suppose quite low. But it would change depending on where you are. It's very prone to electrical storms in the Lowveld, very prone to electrical storms further north. Occasionally we have them here, but in places where you have a lot of electrical storms, you probably find there are less giraffes because they get struck by lightning. But it's happened in the Kruger Park, it's definitely happened down here in the Eastern Cape, it's happened in the Northwest, it's happened pretty much everywhere. But I think in general you have to be incredibly unlucky to be struck by lightning. It's not the easiest thing in the world to be struck by lightning. I think the exception comes in that when giraffes are so tall and there is physically nothing else for a lightning strike to strike, it will strike the giraffe as the tallest point. But if it was that common, we wouldn't have any giraffes left, because we do have a lot of storms in South Africa. I wonder if anyone's ever calculated the odds. I don't think you'd be able to. Not accurately anyway, because there must be so many giraffes that get struck by lightning that we know absolutely nothing about as humans. Because there's a lot of places in Africa where you're going to kind of the deepest depths of the jungle or the bush. There must be so many in those areas we don't visit that get struck by lightning or die, and we don't know how they've died or that they've even died or existed in the first place. Either way though, I think if you could choose to be an animal where there are a lot of electrical storms, maybe don't choose to be a giraffe. Might not be the most pleasant way to go. Maybe preferable over getting eaten by lions though. That can't be fun. At least with lightning it would almost be instantaneous. Or you hope anyway. With lions it's quite drawn out. Lions have the slowest kill rate. I don't know if you knew that. But of all the predators, lions take the longest to actually kill an animal. Stacey, we often find that nothing at all will feed on a carcass of an animal that's been struck by lightning or electrocuted somehow. We don't know why. We think it's got something to do with the electricity running through the body, physically changing how the meat smells or how the body smells, and that those animals can pick up on that change. So for whatever reason, they don't want to eat it because it smells different to a normal carcass. We can't really smell the difference, although maybe, I suppose, if you actually cut it open and smelled it very fresh, you might smell, I don't know, maybe a bit of burn smell or something. I have no idea. I don't know what it would smell like. But for some reason, pretty much nothing other than things like earthworms, beetles, and flies. They would naturally decompose that body as they do. But actual scavengers, things like jackals, hyenas, lions, vultures, don't often feed on animals that have been struck by lightning. So something about it changes and they don't like it. I love how they've just laid down now. It's one thing I've been blown away by here at Amakhala is how relaxed the giraffes and zebras are. They'll lie down in the open right next to the car. I mean, that's an incredibly vulnerable position for a giraffe to be in, but they're obviously very comfortable and don't feel like we pose any threats at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't lie down anywhere near us. And yet you can drive through a sea of forests that are lying down. Forest of seas, sea of forests, sea of giraffes, forest of giraffes, I don't know. The giraffes here are never lacking company either. They always seem to be surrounded by zebras and eland and blesbok and hartebeest. The animals here really do like to group together, which is quite fantastic actually. Quite fantastic. It's a very unique place to be in the world, especially on safari. Just as a quick reminder for everybody, we are looking for beautiful, jaw-dropping, unique, spectacular wild animal sightings from you, our viewers, to use across our platforms. And in return, you can earn money, you can win prizes, or even see your name in the credits on the Wild Earth TV shows. So if you want to contribute, please go to our website and click on Content Creator to find out some information on how you can make that possible if you would like to delve into that. We have already had such an incredible outpouring of content from everybody, and we would absolutely love some more. And also nice to see so many names in the credits. So please do join the club. Send us some cool stuff. There must be so much out there. I'm watching that giraffe lying down that's still busy chewing the cud. I'm wondering if we're going to get lucky enough to see the bolus actually coming up and down the neck. So often if you watch giraffes that are chewing the cud, because they are ruminants, much like most of the antelopes here and herbivores, they do have to bring their food bolus, it's called a bolus, the ball of food that they've swallowed, they have to bring it back up and re-chew it and swallow it again to aid with the digestive process. Are you having a scratch of your bum? My goodness. That's an interesting knot. Or are you just going to lie there? Oh, it's just going to lie there. It's resting. No, it's scratching. Never mind. But anyway, when they lie down like that, chewing the cud, you can often actually see the ball of food moving back up the neck, all along the length of the neck, down on the bottom side or the front. So on that giraffe that's lying down on the left side of the neck. You'll see that whole ball. You can see the movement in the neck as it gets up to the mouth and it chews, and then you can see it going back down again. It's really cool to watch, but imagine the muscle power that it takes to be able to do that, because giraffes are super interestingly structured for such a long neck. Their blood vessels are incredibly thick. The left chamber of their heart has twice as much muscle as the right. So that's the part that pumps blood to the rest of the body, including the head. The little blood vessels at the back of the skull are really strong to try and pump blood up and not have a head rush when they put their head down and lift it back up. So they're very well structured. It must extend all the way down to the esophagus and the digestive system as well to be that long, for one, but also to be powerful enough to bring the food back up. And that very long tongue as well also must be very, very muscular. I wouldn't be surprised if everybody in this whole area starts to lie down and relax over the middle part of the day. It is quite normal behavior for now, so it's about 1 p.m. here in South Africa, more or less. I think it's just before 1. Yes, just before 1 p.m. This is the normal time that all the herbivores, except for maybe elephants, all the herbivores lie down, have a bit of a nap, take some time to chew the cud, try and stay as inactive as possible because it's often the hottest time of the day here. So it's important to not have to use extra energy because that's exhausting but also heats your body up. You see there, everyone's starting to lie down. It's that kind of time where everything is slowly starting to join the club of, all right, let's have a nap. Midday resting. The zebra is standing with their heads interlocked over each other's backs. That's a nice resting position. One giraffe busy scratching himself there on a tree. Another giraffe lying down. Eland lying down as well. Zebras are going to start lying down. Everything together. Very peaceful and still time of the day. Great time to spend just sitting and watching, especially with so many different animals together. I almost feel like in between scratching, that male giraffe is just standing with his head resting on that branch. When he stops moving like that, his head just stays there. An adapted position to rest his neck. Isn't that just such a beautiful and peaceful scene? Everyone resting. Hardly any movement. Just the odd flick of a tail, a couple steps forward. Scratching the head. So calming. Elizabeth, to evade predators, giraffes won't really use their horns. They use their horns for fighting each other, males in particular. To evade predators, they use their height as the main advantage to hear and see animals coming from a distance. And then if the animal actually gets close enough, or the predator, say there's a pride of lions here, for a mom with a tiny calf, she puts the calf underneath her chest and she kicks her hooves out forwards to try and chase the lions off. A well-placed kick from a giraffe can kill a lion in one kick because they are immensely powerful. But also just the size of the hoof in general is bigger than my head. So the diameter of a giraffe's foot is about 30 centimeters. It's massive, absolutely huge. So a well-placed kick is always worthwhile when defending yourself, but the other option is just spotting it coming early and moving, running away. Listening to other animals as well. If the zebras or eland alarm or look like they've seen something they're uncomfortable with, the giraffe will move. So it's a combination of just getting out of the area, and then if you have to defend yourself, you kick. You kick and you run at them, because nobody wants an animal that large running at them, let alone one that can kick forwards and kill you in a single kick. So it's often enough to chase lions off, or cheetahs, or anything else. But of course, every now and then you do have those instances where you will be overpowered, and the best option is to run. And often lions are successful in giraffe hunts purely because the giraffes running away at speed slip or trip, and they fall, and once they're down they can't get back up, especially if they're flat on their sides. Lying down like they are now, it's fairly, I wouldn't say fairly easy to get back up, but it's possible to get back up. They just rock themselves backwards and forwards until they can pop their front legs up and slowly get up. But once they're down on their sides, they can't fight gravity and actually get up as an adult. So run away or kick, and hope that the lions aren't brave enough to climb onto your back, because then the weight of them on you will also weigh you down. But the horns are exclusively for fighting with each other, or almost exclusively. If a lion was on a giraffe's back, you might find it swinging its head around trying to knock the lion off with the horns, but at that point it's probably unlikely to actually do anything with those horns. If you've ever seen giraffes necking, you'll see how they use their horns. If you haven't seen giraffes necking, have a look. Go and find some videos if you can. They stand shoulder to shoulder, and they kind of sweep their head around and try and whack it against the other giraffe's body, particularly aiming for the shoulders and legs, trying to make the other giraffe a lot less stable. But those horns are also deadly. A well-placed headbutt from a giraffe will also kill quite a lot of things. But if you have just joined us, a wonderful good afternoon to you. Thank you for coming to join us for Escape to Nature. My name is Tess. I am down at Amakhala Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. Behind the camera is Morgan. And we have had a fantastic morning all round. Not just the giraffes and the zebras and the eland that we've been seeing here, but we got lucky with the 3 young male cheetahs on a carcass as well, although they were already resting. And Andrew up in Madikwe also had a cheetah, which is very unusual. So well done, Andrew, for finding a cheetah. Trish has taken us through some of the plant side and the fungal side of things, chatting about some mushrooms and even a close-up of a Karoo boerbean, which is a beautiful tree with red flowers. Lisa at the Waterholes has been looking for crocodiles in Djuma and talking us through some of the beautiful general game we've had around Okukuyo. And overall, it's been a spectacular morning. It's a pleasure to have you with us, even for this last little 26 minutes. But if you are watching and wanting to send in anything for us, please do remember you can. It is live, it is interactive. So if you're watching on our app or our website, you can register to ask questions, and then that way you can let me know what you'd like to see for the last little bit, or even if there's something you'd like me to chat about, any questions you have. But if you are watching our other shows on YouTube, any of our other shows, just subscribe on YouTube and then we can notify you of all the other amazing content we have, so you don't miss out on any cool moments. But if you are watching us at the moment, please do send us in some questions. It would be wonderful. We've spent quite a bit of time with this journey of giraffe, half lying down, half standing around. I am noticing something interesting about those two standing next to each other there, Morgan. Look how she's standing right in front of him. So the one on the right is a female, the lighter colored one. The one directly at her rump is a male. Much darker, much larger. There, she's walking away. Let's see if he follows. She looks like she's struggling to chew on something at the moment, whether she's maybe just chewing on a rock or a piece of bone, I don't know. But she's definitely pulling some strange faces. So she's probably chewing on something quite hard. Now this is pretty common in giraffes. It's called osteophagia or geophagia, depending on what she's chewing. If it's a rock or soil, then it's geophagia. If it's a bone, it's osteophagia, and she's just trying to get some more of those little nutrients in, particularly some of those vital elements like magnesium or calcium. But he is following her very closely. So there's 2 interesting things. The one is that she's pulling faces while she's chewing things, and the other is that she's probably coming into estrus, because he's following her so closely and standing directly behind her. So he's protective of her, and he doesn't want her to move too far. Now, this is very typical shadowing behavior. Very prominent in herbivores, not just giraffes, but zebras do it as well, waterbuck, even lions and leopards will do it. The male shadows the female. And she's quite distracted, but he is clearly only focused on staying right by her side. In such a big journey of giraffes, he doesn't want any other male to have the chance to mate. So he is trying to make sure he is constantly there, so physically no one else can get in between them. But look at the size difference in particular. Those are both adults. That female is an adult female. Look at that height difference. He's at least a full head taller than her, if not more. His body looks almost twice the width of hers. And he's almost black, where she is still that reddish color. So we were chatting about colors in giraffes earlier. It is not specific to males or females, and it is not specific to age, but there is a general rule. Usually, males are darker and older males are darker. Younger giraffes are lighter and females are lighter, but there are exceptions. This happens to be a perfect duo in that sense. He is much larger and much darker. Oh my goodness, she's really struggling with whatever's in her mouth. height difference in comparison to the zebras as well. I'd love to see what she spits out. So when they chew things like this, once they're done chewing, they tend to spit the pieces out. They don't really shatter the bones and eat them, or shatter the rocks and eat them. They chew a bit and break little pieces off and chew those. But they normally tend to spit out quite a big nug of whatever it is too. Wow, in the next few days we might have these two mating. Full on. This is crazy. He's following so close behind. Okay, we're going to stick around and see what happens with these two, and if she eventually spits something out, maybe we'll see what it is. For now, it sounds like Lisa is enjoying some birding in Djuma.
Thank you, Tess. That was rather hilarious. I don't know if I want someone that close to me while I'm eating or chewing or whatever it is. He was very persistent, and she doesn't even seem to be interested. She's just interested in her bone, it seems, or, as you say, piece of soil or rock that she might potentially be feeding on. But we've got our African jacana again. Unfortunately, it has gone behind the actual bushes now, but we can still see a little bit of it. Hopefully it comes back out again. But I've been trying to figure out, because we saw this one yesterday as well in this exact same spot. I've been trying to figure out if it's a male or female, because the thing with these birds in particular, you only really see the difference between a juvenile and an actual adult. Oh, are you calling for us again? Please do. But with the male and the female, they are exactly the same in coloration and plumage. Even, you know, during their breeding season, it doesn't change like a lot of the other birds we know. So I've just been trying to sort of more or less see, are you a male, are you a female? They are of course not monogamous. Yesterday we got to spend some time with this one in particular as well, and we discussed their their breeding behaviors, which is quite interesting when you look at other birds. But these ones in particular are polyandrous. So the lady just has the fun with the male, and then she lays the eggs and she leaves it all up to him. She doesn't come for visitation or anything like that. He actually has to incubate the eggs. He has to raise them. And yesterday we did see it vocalizing in this actual exact same spot on this log. But I'm still not too sure if it's a male or female. But just look at that beautiful coloration. That blue on the head. That beautiful thick black coming down the actual neck. Oh. This will probably always be my favorite bird. If I really had to choose one, I really do enjoy all of them. But I love these ones, and I'm just yearning for the day that I will get to see some chicks with the father.
Wild Earth's mission is an expensive one, but we know that our live experience is important to so many people that cannot afford to pay for it. We have added a donate button to our website. By donating, you are directly helping us share our free nature experiences with the world. We want Wild Earth to reach children, budding conservationists, and the less fortunate. A little money goes a long way. You can make a difference to someone today.
But sadly, we are slowly coming to that time of day where we have to greet all of you, but we are not there completely yet. So please do send us any last minute questions or comments that you may have for us. Anything you would perhaps like to ask myself about this beautiful bird, about Djuma or Okukoyo, or even about me as a naturalist, you are more than welcome to get in touch with us. And it really is scary how quickly the time goes by. We've had a wonderful day. We've had 2 separate cheetah sightings. We've had some mushrooms. Trishala had some good quality time with with a fungi. And then, of course, a lot of general game that we've been seeing in Okukoyo, and my eyes are still glued to the screen. I'm just hoping that we get some last-minute elephants. But if we don't, that's perfectly fine, you know. We really have been spoilt with all of the animals today. We'll just see if we can find this beautiful bird of mine again. And just as an update, we did actually get to spot the crocodile. When I say we, I saw the screen and our zoomies found the crocodile. So we did see it, but it did seem, however, like it was moving towards the dam wall and we couldn't see it after that. So not sure if the croc actually got out or if it's just resting behind a brush where we just can't see it. But this morning I was throwing a rather big tantrum whilst one of our other zoomies were checking in Gowrie Dam. This jacana was actually very close to the water and the croc was apparently also close to the water. Not close to the water, but close to the birdie. And the zoomie actually said, imagine the crocodile gets the jacana. And I said, no. Then there will be trouble. I will teleport and I will smack that crocodile silly because no one messes with our African jacana. Oh, we got a meal. What did you get? Just beautiful. Loving this rain and all of the critters it's offering. Alrighty, for now I'm going to send you back to Trishala, who's of course in Kariga.
I have stopped in
Woo, sorry about that. Not too sure what happened. We lost Trisha's audio, but that's not a problem. As you can see, we are still browsing around here at Gowrie Dam. And just look at, I personally really cannot get over how full this dam is. It's insane. And earlier on we were mentioning, the different mitre drains and the outlets that there are for dams, which is crucial. I'm sure many of you have seen it on safari as well, these various off ramps that will come out of a road, and of course we have that at dams as well. It is really just an outlet for the water to prevent flooding and erosion and all of that, but just incredible what a little bit of rain can do in just a couple of days. And besides the frogs and the crickets that you can hear in the background, you can also hear that quack, 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 quack. Those are of course the Egyptian geese. We know them very well. Very noisy residents, and they were actually the indicators to the crocodile initially. When we did see it, it has disappeared. But they got a little bit rowdy when they spotted it. And alarm called and everything, and the crocodile just sort of moved on. I always find it so fascinating with the predators, but specifically something like a crocodile. They really are very, very, very sneaky, and they don't really pay any mind to any birds or geese or anything that's alarming. We were just looking around for Dewey. And of course that vocalization you just heard, that is a hippo. However, it sounded a little bit far away. So either Dewey... No, there you are. Sheesh, you are well camouflaged. Well spotted, Sumi. So that vocalization that we heard from that hippo is probably coming from Twin Dams or Treehouse Dam. Or it might even be a hippo on the move, believe it or not. And you will see them on the move when it is raining, when the temperatures have actually dropped and they are just taking it easy. They too will come out of the water to graze, to mark their territory, to perhaps traverse to another watering hole. This rain and this waterhole and everything is actually making me very nostalgic now. I remember one of my most memorable safaris ever, and this was a good, I think this was 11 years ago, but it was also a very gloomy and ominous day. And I said to the guest, you know what, let's go on safari anyway. You never know what might happen. You never, ever, ever know. And it was quiet. You know, I don't like using that word, but it was a quiet safari. And I thought, now there was this one road that never agreed with me. Somehow I always took the wrong turn and I always got lost. And I decided, let me go on to Oxpecker Loop and see what is happening over there. And as I went on to Oxpecker Loop, I thought, oh dear, we're probably going to get lost in the rain, not get back to the lodge. And as we discovered this one dam, it was overflowing, but literally as we arrived there, I promise you the whole herd of 30 elephants, because we only had a small herd of elephants on that reserve, but they were all in the waterhole and they were all having the time of their life. And we literally just sat there in the rain, my guest and I. At one stage we had a massive lightning storm and everything happening. And it was just absolutely spectacular. It really, really was so, so memorable. So that's why I say, you never know what might happen. Please do not let the rain or the weather or anything deter you. Definitely do still join us this afternoon for Sunset Safari, because you never know what might happen. But I think for now, let's head on over back to Okukoyo so we can end with some animal activity. No change in terms of the animals that are around. As you can see, still the Abdom stork, still the zebras, still oryx. Let me have a look-see. No oryx that I can see right now. But it is still pretty busy. Unfortunately, we have not had any elephants, but you never know, they might still come visit us today. But it really has been such a wonderful day, with so many of your wonderful questions and comments and suggestions, and really we just have seen some amazing things. From of course the cheetah in Madikwe to the cheetah brothers in Amakala, to the general game and the fungi and the lichen and everything we've had with Trishala. She's always such a treat to listen to when she's talking about the smaller things. And then of course here in Okukoyo we have had a lot of activity constantly from all of these animals. And I finally once again got to share my beautiful African Jacana and Juma with all of you. And of course Dewey. Let us not forget Dewey, our hippo. But as I say, thank you all so much for joining us today. Thank you for all of your questions, all of your comments. And I really do hope you will join us again tomorrow. But of course, stay tuned if you want to keep it wild. Stay tuned after this. And then of course later, do join us for Sunset Safari. Hopefully it'll be a good one. You never know what might happen. Expect the unexpected. But again, from myself, Lisa, at the Waterholes, from Andrew in Madikwe, Tses in Amakala, and then of course Trishala and Karika, thank you so much. And let us not forget our wonderful directors, our tech team, and of course our wonderful camera operators. Thank you all so much. And we hope you have a beautiful Sunday, but we also hope to see you for Sunset Safari. But for now, I'm going to leave you with this beautiful scene.